Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, December the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. First, can I get a quick sound check? And can you see my screen? Need a couple of yeses. Yes and yes. Thank you, KK. Okay, so I'm just going to plug in my other device before I get rolling. Okay, we should be good to go, and you guys can still hear me, and you can see the screen. That did not disrupt it. Torps, that's what I want to hear. They do close early on Thursday, do they? What time, 1 o'clock? I could have sworn they did, but I just need another. Well, okay, Jag saying Thursday full day. Torps, come on now. Let's start some controversy in the room. All right, first of all, let's take a look at what's happening. So this could be the crazy one of the day. It's already very crazy. Triple U. I did read some kind of a deal with DPW, another very small company, an investment that they've made in Triple U. Very low float. Does this not remind you of, if you've forgotten, ACY? Remember ACY yesterday? And it is getting thumped today. This is the one that got up to $38, got halted, and then just collapsed. So again, if you're going to attempt these ones, just be awfully careful, okay? So that's not the way this, by the way, good morning, Trend Raider. It's not the way it works. You know, we're going to talk about some pre-market activity. Stocks that are moving doesn't mean we trade them. I mean, we have to wait to see if they set up. What I'm doing right now is just going over all the pre-market actives, some of them anyway. TCCO. Another big gap up, 171%. Again, I don't see any specific reason for this one. Just scanning my headlines. I don't see any specific reason. I'm sure there is one, but I just don't see it. KOSS. Another one gapped up, no specific reason. Very low float. 1.4 million in the float, so another one that is could go crazy. I mean, look at this. It traded 793,000 yesterday. It's already doubled that today. Tenx, TENX. Another gap up, and at least I do see some news. Wainwright initiated some coverage. So there is some news. I don't know if that's the absolute reason. I can't be. Let me just check to see what if they actually put a price target on it. Yeah, okay. I mean, they've put a price target of 5. Maybe that's the only reason it's up. I don't know. I don't see any other news on it. TENX. Here's one I know why it's up. So if you're into the little more expensive ones, there's Snap. So Goldman Sachs has put a very aggressive price target. I guess they had a previous price target of 47. Well, of course, it's above that now. So they now have a price target of $70 for Snap. They are suggesting that we're going to have a Q4 beat. The trade of the week is Glue. Triggered yesterday at 980. And then it is back down. The stop is 9. So, you decide how you want to trade it, if you want to trade it at all. You can always wait again, maybe for a 10 break, or not trade it at all. GBR. This is sort of the theme, guys. You know, I see these gap ups and I don't see any specific news. But anyway, there's GBR, 72%. Big volume, low float. Yeah, well, the code's over. I told you last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I might be able to help you, but I'm going to have to, you know, now it requires a little more work with accounting. WISA. Are you on a monthly right now? Homer? WISA. Now look at the room this one has. Look at that monthly chart. So again, do I see any news? Nope, I don't see any news for it, but it is a big gap up. Well, not a huge gap up compared to some of the other ones, but IRIX, IRIX. These are some of the ones I saw after hours yesterday. Yeah, very choppy, but there's the big move it made after hours yesterday. Another low float, 11 million in the float. No news. You know, when I say that, I'm just taking a look at my news headlines from both Trade Ideas and also Interactive Brokers, and nothing jumps out. KNDI. Now there was some news for KNDI. Is it holding its gap? Not too bad. It got up to 888. It's pulled back a bit. I guess the Chinese government is really it's a financing PR. If you read the PR, there's a number of companies involved, and that is of course a China EV, China electric vehicle. Okay, so Omer, are you a monthly subscriber right now? Or are you a subscriber at all? IMMR. I would say it's almost the opposite. I listen, there's no such thing as shouldn't, but you know, a lot of the action, of course, are stocks with low float and not necessarily any news. But you know, I'm not saying there's no such thing as shouldn't. All right, Omer, I'm going to. All right, let me see if I can find that email. Just give me a second here. 913. Yeah, I don't see it now, so it's possible that somebody has already passed it on. Hopefully they'll. I mean, unfortunately, I just don't get involved in accounting, so I don't see it. So it has obviously been assigned to somebody. Okay, we're pretty flexible on an annual. Okay. Okay, ENSV. Take a look at this one, ENSV, and all right, so this was up here at 230. It's pulled back a little bit. It's still up. It's not up that much anymore. That's right. I looked at this and I thought, you know what? If I can get through that 200-day, look what it did. It got right to the 200-day moving average, 230. Got right to it, stalled. If it can somehow get through that 200-day moving average later on, it has room. Look left. In fact, what I'm going to do is just put a price alert right there and see if it does take that out later on. MKGI. Now this is a gap down, big gap down, and they did a financing. That's why they did a financing at 250. So it's holding the financing price of 250 so far. We talked about Snap. Let's bring that up again. Again, Goldman Sachs putting an aggressive $70 price target on it. And here is another one, Kang. Another, actually, excuse me, it is not a low float. 75 million in the float. It is not a low float situation. Interesting. Again, I'm sorry, I just don't see any reason for it. It's a China stock. You can see the little flag of China right there. It is a China stock. Boy, look at the room it's got. So, you know, certainly something to keep an eye on. It's up 31% already. Volume is not excessive to start, but let's just see what happens. Yeah, we don't suggest anything, trend trader. We're, you know, you might be in the wrong. Like, stick around. I don't want to say you're in the wrong room, but you know, you're not going to hear me say, okay, I think you should trade this and this and this. Okay, you're going to see some ideas. If you're brand new to trading, it's going to be probably a little bit befuddling to you. AMPH. Yeah, a little bit of volume. They did have some news. I think this is a generic drug, I believe. And they had some news, but it is pulled back. It was up to 24. It's pulled back to 21 now. And I think that is the, here's another one. I don't think I mentioned this one, ARCT. So this is gapped way down here. This is a virus play. Now, it's funny because when I read the headlines, it didn't look that bad. But this is a virus play, and this is just getting thumped, 40%. All right, 917. Let me just quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Oh, and by the way, maybe, just maybe, though it is pulled back a little bit, but maybe XNet, guys, if you've been in the room for a while, you know I've been holding this one at the $3 level for a while. Still has to get through that 200-day moving average, but it did have a little move yesterday and after hours, the move area. And kind of holding this morning. At least it looks like it wants to break out of that 3 level, but not a low float, 65 million. So as I kept saying, people kept asking me, am I still in it? I said, well, listen, there's no reason for me to get out. I was in at 3. It was just over 3. So, you know, unless it hit my stop, I was not going to get out. Are you talking, which little window are you talking about, Claude? Talking about this one, the single stock window over here. Or are you talking about on the charts itself? Like, I'm not sure which window are you talking about. So the over here on the right, it's called the single stock window. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. Oh, okay. So you're talking about when I. So if you left click on a chart and then you just literally start typing, that the change symbol should pop up. This little box should pop up. Now if it doesn't, if you have to left click on the chart just to tell Trade Ideas what chart you're in. If that doesn't pop up when you start typing, then you can hit your space bar on the keyboard and that should make this pop up. And then you can type it in, either hit change or return to your keyboard. All right, let me quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. I doubt there are going to be too many. Yeah, just, you know, until January Next week, they're probably, analysts are going to be asleep, but surprised I don't see the snap upgrade, but here the only one upgrade. And I think, interesting, there are 3 downgrades for that ARCT. Yeah, interesting. Very, I wish this went down so much. So there's a 200-day moving average. I don't know if that's going to hold it or not, but there are 3 downgrades for ARCT. Okay, if you can't see my screen, if that's what you're talking about, then you might have to do a refresh, Gobi. Okay, just go to the, if you can see, find the gear in the trading room, and right beside it, there's a refresh. And let's see now. So that triple U is kind of holding. It was a high in the pre-market, way up here at 1444. And as usual, if you want to follow my, excuse me, my watch list up and down, these 3 windows right here, you can access it from the toolbar. Click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, I just have to say this every morning, but always have to remind people, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So you click on anything in the channel bar, it's going to replace your layout. So just make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before. These 2 windows, nothing, you will see nothing in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. This one, you'll start to see some alerts right to when the market opens, but nothing in these 2 until 9:45, and that is on purpose. All right, this one is just sneaking in here. CAPR, big pop here for CAPR. Decent volume. It's a low float, under 20 million. However, that all-important 200-day moving average looms above it, 465, and it's not that far away. You got to switch over to IB then. How many shorts are available? 500,000 shorts, a little less than 500,000 shorts at CAPR or at IB, Interactive Brokers. Pulling your leg as usual. Okay, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I want to make sure it's only a couple of people. Okay, so, oh, now it's working. What did you hit? Unmute? Remember, I don't talk 100%. This is not the radio. I don't talk 100% of the time. Like right now. Okay, what do I have here? Kang. Let's see what this Kang is doing. Is it still Still hanging tough, and the answer is no. So look at this, 950, and it's already dropped $1. Already dropped $1. Oh man, are you kidding me about the IMTE? Okay, let's take a look at it. You have to go back a few months. Let me go back a few months. Look at this. This got up to $43. When was this? This was back in, I don't know if you guys were, well, no, you guys were born then, but we are around in the room. This is back in May of 2018. I remember this like it was yesterday. IMTE, stupid low float, 2.2 million. Got all the way up to $43. All right, so I am going to make a change to my layout. This time I'm going to do it correctly. Just have a couple of things I have to do on my other monitor. All right, Snap is on the move, probably inching its way up. So, you know, guys, I mean, it depends how you feel about a Goldman upgrade to $70. But that's the reason for the nice move. I mean, it's a huge float. You know, it's almost $1 billion in the float. So for it to move 6.5% is pretty, it's hard to do, you know. So it definitely is the Goldman upgrade. He popped in yesterday. He'll be back next week, Grumpy. So you can torment him also. Just looking to see if there are any new ones coming in. Sol, I'm hearing Sol, I think. First Solar, my goodness. I mean, what a... All right, come on, load. You know, I'm going to have to do my little reset. There we go. You know, I see Sol is on the way down. SOL on the way down. Actually, I haven't seen that, KK. That's the, you know, every now and then it happens, but I just have to do a reset. And usually it's good for usually for the balance of the day. Believe me, I'm the first one to complain to development tech when it completely slows down. But, you know, it's pretty fast. Oh yeah, I'm still on IPOC. And yes, thanks for the reminder. So yes, less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let me make sure I've got the right. Yeah, I don't have the right one here. So let me get the right don't repeat. And get set for this open. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Triple U is this could be the this could be the halt machine today. We'll have to see. And we are open. So let's see what happens on the open. Well, that's interesting. I'm getting nothing. You guys getting any alerts? That's a little strange. You are? Okay, okay. No, I don't have a halt alert. Yeah, there's something going on. I will say that. I mean, the charts are fine, but I'm not getting. I mean, I should have alerts right now in this window. I should have something in here. Yeah, there is something. Something is wrong, I think. Let me just. Let me just see something here. See what server I'm on. Yeah, there is something. Well, I did a reset. Let me just see if I do another reset. See if things start happening. Is okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, minor blip. Haven't had one of those for a while. So it was triple U that was halted, right? Okay, that's what I see. I don't see it in my resumes, and that's the reason, because we had the little delay to start. Okay, we should be good to go now, guys. All right. Let me see. Well, there's that Kang. Okay, now I'm seeing some lag here, guys. So there's something going on. Okay, I'm definitely seeing some lag in the charts. I'll do a reset. We haven't had anything like that for a long time. Just do a reset. Okay, guys, so we're having a bit of a lag. What I suggest you do is just go to your account and do a reset. Hopefully we don't have to keep doing that, but okay, I see OPK, a little pop here. However, I see a lot of resistance on that daily chart. On your ninja charts too, okay. So KNDI, after the flurry of excitement this morning, the pre-market, a lot of financing coming from the Chinese government is fading quite a bit here. Now, is ACY halted on the way down or on the way up? Ah, okay, Robin Hooders. So, yeah, I'm not getting any halts. Yeah, I'm not getting any halts in mine now. Now I have to do a history to get that. Well, okay, that's because they came at 9:30, 9:31. Okay. Reason being, the data was not coming in. So I do see that ACY was halted, right? Basically, market open, and of course the triple U was halted. But I do not see. Let's see, 1342.14. Yeah, it's a pretty big spread on it. So it's hard to know where this is going to open. 1342.14. It's halted at 1342. All right, TCCO. Okay, so this just got halted on the way down, guys. Just, I would just shy away from this one. I mean, it got halted on the way up. It opened. It just got halted on the way down now, ACY. And I bring it up because I have an alert on it, so I'll load the chart. But be awfully, awfully careful. Hopefully not too many people in the room were trapped up here at 38. And then it opened after the long, long halt, having to respond to the SEC as to why was this big pop. Of course, their standard answer for most of these companies, we don't know. And Triple U just opened. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit like, I might have to talk to development about it. Yeah, we're definitely having an issue today. I can tell. I mean, the charts. I mean, you shouldn't have to, of course, keep resetting, but there is an issue. I've alerted. All right, guys. So I've alerted development that there is an issue. Hopefully, it's just a tweak of the server, and we'll get things rolling again. The alerts are coming in, but if you don't have a chart to see what's going on, it's a little bit difficult to trade. Okay, did a reset, and that. Okay, that maybe what they've done is helped. Okay, we'll have to see. Yeah, it depends on the server, Chris. And that's the issue. There's several servers for TI data, so it depends on the server you're on. Obviously, I was on the bad one. So my advice again, if go into the accounts, click on accounts, okay, and click on reset connection and see if that helps at the time. You know, hopefully that's all we need to do. That's what I did. I did it a few times, but hopefully that'll be a quick fix. Okay. Let me a moment here. I have a sound alert coming, and I can't remember where it's coming from. All right. Well, some of these high flyers after hours yesterday, IRIX, and kind of held this morning, giving it up. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Sometimes we just see stocks that just whip up and down. Not that after the first 15 that can't happen still, but I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Oh man, here's this one from yesterday. Well, guys, again, be careful, be careful, be careful. REHE just got halted. 1.5 million shares in the float. Remember what it did? The same sort of thing as ACY yesterday. Got up to 1583, then it got halted for a news halt. When it opened, it did this. So just be really, really careful. If you're new to trading, just forget about it. Yeah, I mean, Snap, again, you know, this is, if you believe in a Goldman upgrade, this has been just a great upgrade by Goldman. Goldman Sachs, they are putting a $70 price target on it. Yeah, I have a thumbnail for NIO. The EVs are moving down. EV sector in slight disarray right now. All right, now TENX. Okay, at least this one did not collapse. So this did it have some news? Gap up. I'm trying to see what the new. Oh, this is the one that Wainwright initiated coverage on with a $5 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get the $5 ever. All right, but this is an analyst giving their opinion for what it's worth. However, when you look at let's see, take a look at the weekly chart. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 268. What did it get to today? Got up to 270, so it just popped a little bit above that little area of resistance. Yeah, so all the scans that I am sharing, just give me a moment here. Yeah, the W8, yeah, I see the WHLM was halted. Just opened, or no, it got halted again, sorry. There goes the TENX, guys. It's right over that high of a few weeks ago. So if you click on my homepage link right there, click on my homepage link right there, then if you click on my scans are all here that I'm sharing, click here, and one of them being the halts resumes. I'm going to go over a lot of this later on, but again, those are all the scans that I am sharing. Well, I guess XNet really can't get out of its way. I guess that was kind of a fake breakout. Well, let's see if it holds 3 at least. Okay, so this one has been halted on the way up. This TCCO, very low float. Look out below. I mean, this guy hit a high of 18 in the pre-market, so anything can happen. But again, I always have to caution you, if you're new to trading, I would almost shy away. I know it's exciting to get into some of these. It just, tack on 10, 20 bucks like that. They can also drop 30 dollars just like that. Man, the halt machine is, we've got lots and lots of halts again today. Another one, I mean, this Wilhelmina, 3.2 million in the float. So another very low float situation. What does it have looking left? I mean, it's got room, but there's the cost now. Now the cost had a big pop after hours. I mean, KOSS got up to KOSS got up to $8, pulled all the way back. It is now a market high, and I can see that it. Well, there's no target. I mean, if you believe that Goldman's target of 70, then But that, I mean, that's the reason why it's going up today. Getting a lag again. That's not what I'm saying. The next area for it to get through on the weekly chart is, you see, 53.79. If you look left, that's last week's high. 2 weeks ago, it was 54.71. So I mean, it could stall around here, but if it breaks out through there, I mean, those are all-time highs. So I mean, those aren't targets, but those are areas. If you're in the trade now, you should be aware of those highs looking left. Well, the AI had a nice short if you could get it. It's down 52%, so that uptick rule definitely would have been in effect. So I don't know how easy it would have been to get, but definitely a nice short. No, I mean, KOSS takes out 5, and it's a psychological number for it to do. I mean, it did no problem after hours yesterday, and there it goes, KOSS. And there goes Kang. Is it, excuse me, over 10? Wow, I mean, it broke through 10, but it pulled right back. The alert was at 987, breaking right through, but it did pull right back. Yeah, glue is still, I mean, it's still active, guys. I mean, it did not hit the stop yesterday, the stop of 9. This is the trade of the week. The trigger was 980. If you took it there, and if you're, following the email, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, but 9 was the stop. Did not hit 9, so if you're still in the trade. I don't know. Hi everyone. My trend reversal down list is an A window. I'm not actually sure. You could always turn the that alert window into a top list window if you wanted. been a while since I put all those scans in there, so I'm not really sure. I mean, look at this is how whippy things can get, guys. Even though this is not a low float, 75 million, but you know, look at this. You know, it pops to 1040, and then you know, in a heartbeat. This is only a 2-minute chart, right down to 9. That's why it's listen. If you're new to trading, I'd even probably sit out the first half hour. You know, just let things settle down a little bit. Wow, this is straight up. Straight up. ACI, Albertsons, they did here's their IPO. It's been a blah IPO, but like it is now making a new high. Where's the high right there is 1650. So now it is an all-time high for Albertsons, ACI, big grocery store chain in your country, in U.S., your country, in your country. We don't have Albertsons in Canada. Yeah, it's had a nice little, but you know, it looks good, but I mean, it's only gone from 14 to 16 in 3 months, which on the surface would be very good, but not compared to other moves. But this is a great move straight up on the twos. Let's see, is Kang a SPAC? It's a holding company, so no, I don't think it's a SPAC. No, I don't think so. I mean, it operates a digital automobile trading platform which enables, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think it's a SPAC. All right, maybe keep an eye on Chico's, CHS. Now, this is not a low float, 111 million in the float, so they certainly don't all have to be low floats. In fact, the bigger the float, maybe the less stressful for sure. The high yesterday was 208. It's right there. If it takes that out and you look left on that weekly chart, it has some room to that 250 level. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but it does have some room. It's having a decent week, decent first couple of days. There's yesterday's candle. So Chico's is on the move. All right, guys. I'm just on the verge of taking this Chico's. Again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. I'm just following this. I want to see how well it holds this 2 level. It has a little bit of room on a percentage basis, a great, lots of room on a percentage basis to that 250 area. I am not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying I like to see this hold 2. Volume is coming in. It's trading 7 times normal right now. Yeah, John, one more comment, in fact, what am I even... Yeah, the longer halts. Was that a 10-minute halt, Zach? Yeah, I mean, these low floats, I think people are a little gun shy after yesterday, with the ACY and the RHE getting trapped. Yeah, this was halted at 9:37. Is that correct? So we're already at 9:55. So this could turn into a 20-minute halt. Yeah, GP. That's the Vancouver company. Yeah, but right now these the EV plays are kind of in disarray right now. Though NIO just popped. I just noticed NIO just popped up here. Big volume. NIO just popped. What did Candy do? KNDI. No, it is still moving down. And again, so the ACY did resume. All right, guys. Well, I have taken some out. Don't have as much as I had before of the IPOC. Got pretty excited yesterday. It got up to 17. Pre-market was up to 1752. Somebody asked me if I still had it. This breakdown here, so I still remember I'm in at 12 and some other areas. So I mean I'm still way above. So, but I have taken some more out of the IPOC. SPACs are, in my opinion, very difficult to intraday trade. These are ones that are probably more lend itself to swing trading if you understand what they're trying to do. You always have a stop still, but all right. So CHS. Not holding. I'm going to give this just a little. I'm going to put a price alert right around here at 203. See if it gets back over 2. Just not holding. Yeah, big drop on the SPY. So yeah, look at tech. So the Dow is still up a little bit, SPY's up a little bit, but tech is getting weaker. So does anybody have some clarity on this stimulus package? I think I know how it works. It's got to go to your Senate, but they can take a look at the bill and not even put it up for vote if they don't want to. Is that correct? They are voting today. Okay, that's really what I wanted to know. So they are definitely voting today. Okay, I wasn't. That's really the answer. Thank you, Bryant. Yeah, Sam. What I would do is go to account in the toolbar and do a reset. We had some issues this morning. Seem to be cleared up now. And if you do a reset, hopefully that'll fix the issue. Wow, we're seeing some, again, look at the flyer from yesterday, EVGN, just giving it up. This is shortable also, but it's too late for me now. Get your short hats on, guys. The, the AI is trying to short my stock. You miserable. That's funny. All right, I'm just going to keep watching Chico's to see how well it holds too. I mean, it may not be too dynamic though. 111 million in the float. So how's the Albertsons doing? Did it? Yeah, this would. William, did you hear me talk about Albertsons ACI? That looked like right up your alley, over the channel, breaking down right here. Now it's through the ADMA and the 2-minute chart. Oh, okay, okay. I saw Levi in doing some work a couple of days ago. I saw, yeah, this is what I saw with Levi's. You know, they did their IPO back here, I believe. Yeah, it was back here in March of 2019. Wonder why they did one. Well, a couple of nice shorts so far from the AI, especially that if you could get that ARCT, and it's through that 200-day moving average. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to bring that up. So you're long. Yikes. It's an AI alert. I have to mention it. Sorry, William. Well, this is yeah, a bit ugly. This is one that I was very interested in yesterday, the GHIV, one of Gore's stable of SPACs, and but it is just, you know, like a lot of the SPACs, they're just weakening. Yeah, so anything long in here, with the market doing what it's doing, is going to be a little bit suspect. Even though these, in theory, are stocks that are, you know, kind of trading on their own, but you know, the costs just have no. I don't have any faith in these smaller ones holding their gains right now. Now, IRIX, okay, this is what I'm going to do with IRIX. I'm going to put an alert around 310, See if it gets back up over that level later on. Yeah, I see 311 is the next high looking left. There's a little bit of room, but it's, it's not wonderful. It's not a great looking weekly chart. Whew. Just a... Yeah, the only one I guess I should have just snapped it up, on the Goldman upgrade. I mean, just hold weight. There's no question. With an aggressive upgrade to $70, it's not caring what the market is doing. What are my thoughts on JD? Ah, good for you, Rob. Welcome to the fold. What do I think of JD? Well, of course, it's a China stock. Yeah, I don't really know what to think about it. I mean, it's so choppy on the daily. I just can't get too excited about these sort of stocks. I mean, obviously on that weekly chart and the highs looking left, 92 if it can get up there, but I just don't have a feel for daily charts that look like this when it's just up down up down up down. Sorry. Well, NKLA had a decent day yesterday, but what's happening to it today? Yeah, it's inching back. I mean, if you know anything about this, I mean, the short sellers are all over this. It's got a lot of resistance right around here. I mean, just look at that daily chart, 1720 or so, lots and lots of resistance. So there are a lot of resistance areas. It's not clean. If it can ever find its way to break out of this, this whole area here. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. It's not big enough. But anyway, that area here, just got to get out of that area here. I mean, but there's a lot of negativity about this company now, so. Starting with, of course, the deal. Yeah, they still have a deal with GM, but it's, just not as big as it was. Never mind all the CEO nonsense from months ago. Well, guys, that's why I wait. CHS, that's why I wait. I was waiting for a break up here, this level, to take out, and it just didn't happen. But that's why I wait. Don't try to anticipate. So the EMA and SMA settings I have, let's see, can't see it there. Why not? Just give me a second here. Okay, so that orange line here is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA on all my charts. Okay, so if you see an orange line, it is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. All right, well, bingo kept going, actually. BNGO, it took out yesterday's high of 102, and it is still going. Not a low float, 150. That's a huge float for a $1 stock. One might say excessive, but it's moving. 28 to 30%. That's a tremendous move, and with 153 million in the float. A little too choppy for me, Christopher. You know, don't let me sway you, but it is a little too choppy for me. Boy, all the fuss about candy in the pre-market is just gone for naught. I mean, look at the pop this had, all the way up to 886. It's down to 721. All sorts of news about getting financing from the Chinese government. But just, I mean, it's barely over yesterday's high. Well, you mean support? Where's the support? Well, again, if you look left, you know, I mean, it could be around 30. Wow, man, I hate to see. I mean, if you're in the AI trade, fantastic. I feel for William because I know he's long way up there. So, but you know, there could be support around $7 away. You guys are talking about Mosey. Mosey is not showing up anywhere for me. Let's see why. Probably because even though, yeah, I have a count. You know, I have a count here, and of I think it's 65 or something like that, and so believe it or not, it has not made that number of new highs. Certainly, the relative volume is fine, and the volume is fine. The overall volume, and of course, the percentage is up is fine. But must be one filter just not allowing it to show up. Can I short QS? I mean, does Interactive Brokers have shorts? The answer is no, not at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, man, I've got my little blank check. So many yellow, just stocks moving down, 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 down. These are the SPACs, and the SPACs are in slight disarray right now, to say the least. Boy, look at CHS. I mean, I had high hopes for this one. I really did. I thought this was, I had a great day yesterday. It just poked above yesterday's high, just briefly. I waited for it to do it again. Look at this, just didn't do it. Yeah, look at the market, guys. So listen, you're going to go long something, be very careful. Other than a few like Snap, I don't even know if Snap is continuing. And even Snap is starting to give it up, okay? Now, it was a little more likely that it would. It was starting to approach some resistance areas. But look at the market. I mean, look at these two big red bars now. Market, and look at the NAS is down. Dow is up just a little bit. SPY is down, but the trend is down. So you're trying to go long things. It's, unless you're in a true alpha stock that just doesn't give a rip about what the rest of the market's doing, you got to be awfully careful. If you're trying to play bounce plays, they're probably, they might work a little bit, but you're not going to get a sustained trend. So if you won't short, then I'd be sitting on your hands. Yeah, look at GME. You're right. It's been on a tremendous run. Written off for dead down here when it was 350. All the way up to 22. Well, Marcella, you have to have a stop. I mean, if it hits your stop, you're out. Just because if you're in a swing trade, you always have to have a stop. And if it hits your stop, you're out. The question was, what do you do with your swings on days like this? Well, like anything else, like my IPOC. I mean, I still have it, but I've lightened the load. But remember, I'm in at 12. And I sold some, yesterday, and I sold some now, a little when it took out 17. So, but I still do have some. Well, the question was, do I raise my stops when the market is down? See, here's for me, this is the deal. I mean, I don't. If I'm in something and it's very profitable, it starts moving down, I will always take some profit. I'm not going to wait for it to get all the way down to my stop. I mean, you might. For me, I have to take profit. If I've had a nice pop, from 12 to 17 in a pretty short period of time, I mean, I'm not going to let it get down to 12 again. So I'm going to take profit along the way. My stop is my, absolute get out of this stock price. But I could easily get out earlier than a stop if I don't like the way things are trading. The stop basically allows me to position size. So I'll know how many shares I can take, how much I'm going to risk on the trade. So just, make the math really easy. If I was willing to risk $1,000 on a trade, stock was at 10, my stop was at 9, so it's $1 away to buy 1,000 shares. I mean, I'm just trying to make the math easy. So when you say walk through a stop loss entry, well, once you take the trade, I mean, as always, I'm going to demonstrate this in about 10 minutes. What the Brokerage Plus looks like and how to paper trade, how to use this as a simulator. So when you take the trade, before you take the trade, you always know where your stop is. I'm going to show you how you can place that. Now, knowing where your stop is, that is going to come with chart reading experience. I mean, some will put a stop in if it gets near some moving average. I can't tell you where you should put your stops. I'm not talking to you specifically. I tend to look at charts and I tend to look at where I think I see some support, so that if a stock is at that area, I should be out. Some look at moving averages. If it breaks down through a moving average, they're going to get out. IMMR, guys, this is definitely an alpha stock right now. It doesn't care what the market is doing. Well, like glue. I took this trade in the simulator yesterday. This is the trade of the week, and I put the stop. Afterwards. So once I was in the trade, I can show you. So if you get into a trade, I knew the stop was at 9. That's what the email suggested. So I took the trade, and then I right-clicked, and it's grayed out now because I've got it. But I add stop order, and I just typed in 9, and that's why that red bar appears. So once you're in the trade, you just have to right-click, add stop order. And I can modify that stop order once it's in. I can enter another price if I want. I'm just going to leave it there, though. No, it's not the target. The target is, in theory, your profit area. The stop is this, the trade has gone against you. You have to have a place to get out if the trade goes against you. You can't, risk your entire account just because I'm not talking to you again, a tell designer, but, you can't get stubborn and think, well, I know this is going to work eventually, so I'm just going to hold this thing. And as it keeps sinking, and so do your spirits. So we always talk about having a stop, and the stop is, it's basically like, you think of it like this. When I get into a trade, I think this is how much I'm willing to risk on a dollar amount for trade. So depending on your account size, let's say your account size, obviously if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. But let's just say you can risk $100 a trade. If the trade goes against you and it hits that price where you are going to get out, that gives you that $100 loss, you get out. You just get out and you move on. You don't let it keep moving down, so that $100 manageable loss turns into 2, 3, 4. Well, commissions are so cheap now that, somebody talked about the cost of commissions. Commissions are so cheap now. Even if you're with IB with their half a cent, they're so cheap now. Not getting out of a trade because of commissions is no excuse anymore. It used to be, but this is many years ago. But it's absolutely no excuse. Man, I don't want to pay commissions. All right, let's see what's happening here. So now we've got a little green bar, So the market is choppy, trying to find a direction. So it's hard to get into, I'm not saying there are none. Of course, there are some, but it's hard to get into, good trending trades when the market, it does this. Boy, bingo certainly is doing well. BNGO, definitely doing well. So if you took this one, well, there's the high looking left is 116. The next high looking left is 125. If you took that one, now you're getting into a big resistance area. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stall, but looks like there's a lot of resistance here on that weekly chart. You know, right around right here. Don't like that color. Better. I mean, these could turn into some, you know, these, look at costs now. I mean, if costs can, I'm going to stick an alert right around here, around 369, 370-ish, right there, a price alert. If I can take that out, you can kind of see what could happen. But as always, when I do this, doesn't mean that if it hits the price alert, I take the trade. It'll get me interested, but only if there is volume. I want to see volume. You know, otherwise I'm not interested. You know, you could get something that's inching up there, but if the volume doesn't pick up, I'm not interested. Okay, so UUU is halted. I didn't realize that. I knew it was halted, but so it's halted because of news. And I mean, they had news, DPW investing in them, but you know, some small company with 16 million in the float investing in them. Is that enough to make it do what it did? More than likely, Bolsano, yes. Yeah, that's not the way I trade, Marcelo. I'm more of a momentum trader. So, you know, maybe the 15-minute candle would provide a stop for me. But you know, if I see a 15-minute candle here, you know, I'm not, you know, even though it's a nice green one, it doesn't necessarily get me excited about it. But that's just me, okay? All right, I'm seeing some patterns like this now, like VSPR. You see what it did? Look what the IPOC did. See this on the 2-minute? See that on the 2-minute? We're having maybe some pops on the SPACs. Let's see. Take a look at THBR. Yeah. So they all seem to pop at the same time with the market. But, I mean, this is now turning into a topping tail on that 15-minute with the SPY. So is this just a fake move here? Again, what do these topping tails mean? Remember, the buyers had it up to this price right up there. Sellers in this candle knocked it down here. The buyers had it up here. They're down here now. So all these topping tails, they can provide clues. Yeah, it's this one. It's basically this one right here, the basic new highs repeat, don't repeat. And all I do is I just take, and I put the count, we have a count timer, so it won't start until 3 hours after the market, so 12:30. So you could take this one and duplicate it if you want. And then you know, add this count timer to the time of day, it's called, and add 180. And I do that because then I could get to see some of these stocks that were really active early. So I'm only going to see these stocks one time in this window. Okay, just the initial alert, and that's it. When I do it starting at 12:30, I will see some of the early ones again, see if they're ramping up again. So I'm not sure I know what you mean when you say, can you have two separate price alert windows? I mean, I want to say, of course you can, but maybe I'm not understanding what you really mean. Well, yeah, I mean, you can create an alert window and attach your watch list to it. Of course, yes, if that's what you mean. Then you have another alert window that just looks at the entire market. You can have as many alert windows as you want. I mean, this alert window right there, it's only looking at this symbol that's called Best WL. As an example, it's just look. That's all these two windows are doing. It's just looking at that symbol list. That's it. Whereas this one looks at the entire market as long as these filters are met. You know, here's my price range, my current volume, 400,000 shares minimum, etc., etc. So if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or new low, then we get the real-time alert. But so it's looking at the entire market though, whereas this is just looking at a symbol list. No, you can't toggle. No, either or. All right, guy. Wow, it's 10:32 already. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Fast and Furious morning again. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I am live on the mic and I share my screen. I'm going to put my homepage link in. A lot of information on my homepage. All right, let's take a look at what is on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, so there is the promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. You click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. We have the premium standard on annual. I'll click on that. So, well, I don't have to click on it. If you type in my promo code, you'll get 15% off. Just want to give you an idea how much. So it's $22.68 a year minus the 15%, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is this one right here. Okay, this is the AI in action. Only 2 alerts right now. This, and I'm going to go over this. I'm going to talk about a little bit of this one, this IPOC, a little bit later. But obviously a very nice alert here, ARCT. It was even lower down, but these are 2 shorts from the AI this morning. That is the main reason why people take the premium service. There are other differences, but that is the main reason. You do not have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. We have a standard and a premium monthly. So that's 118 less the 15% or 228 less the 15%, but listen to me very carefully. The promo, the discount is only good for the first month. Okay, we get a lot of people saying, hey, how come I was charged full price the second month? The promo is only good for the first month. Otherwise, why would anybody take out an annual subscription if you could just go 15% every month? So, but a lot of people, if you're unsure of our product, first of all, I would never take an annual. Why would you do that? You could start off with a standard, with the 118 less the 15. Try us out for a month. If you don't like it, then that's okay. There's just tell us, and we won't bill you for any more months. If you do like us, you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15% promo code. The trade of the week. Trade of the week will be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. This week's, now we've had some sensational trades of the week over the last 2 months. This one, it's not dead. The stop is 9, so the trigger was 980, so it's kind of in limbo right now. And this is GLUU, so the trigger was 980 and the stop is 9, so it's sort of halfway between right now. But we've had some spectacular ones over the last 2 months. I do a market sort of a trading, more of a trading room recap every day. Here are all my scans. You click on that link right there. Here are all my scans. Right here. That I'm sharing. Education, if you are new to trade ideas, really recommend that you take a look at this. Well, it's not so much in the morning, Manel. I mean, you can ask me questions, but if you are new to trade ideas, this is why I'm putting this one in right now. This 20 short lessons, okay, from my homepage. But that link, if you click on that link, the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're new to trade ideas, absolutely recommend that you take a look at this. It goes over all the basic features that we have to offer. If you don't have trade ideas, you can still look at this, just to get an idea about what you can do just with the basic features. Daily support session. So I know this seems to be a little confusing, but we have a YouTube feed, a Trade Ideas YouTube feed that I monitor also. It is a trading room also, just like this one. When I say this one, I mean this one. It's a little bit different, not as much activity among traders. It's easier for me to hand out links, etc. But I monitor it between 9 and 12. Between 12 and 1, another one of the Trade Ideas trainers / traders takes over. And you can head over there because I do take a break at noon. I'll give you the link later on before I take my break. Daily webinars will be back, I think, to a normal schedule next week. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All free. You can sign up for them all right there. Get more educational videos and some ebooks that we created. Trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. Okay, and there's that link right there. Okay, where can I find different scan inputs for different strategies? So don't quite know what that means. So for instance, if you look at my here is the basic new highs and lows that I'm sharing. So if you load it and then click on configure, if you're asking what the values were, then you just click on, again, I'll do it more slowly. You right click, once you've loaded it, you right click, configure, summary. Then you can see what filters I'm using. Of course, absolutely, you change them, absolutely. If you don't like the price range that I've got, you just go here and you make a change. If you want a different volume, you're more than welcome to do that. This is kind of a template for you. This is what I use, but nothing saying that you have to. Your numbers have to be exactly mine. Is that what you meant? Yeah. So any window. If you go to our channel bar, if you any scan that you have, all you have to do is right click, be an alert window or a top list window. You just right click it, configure, summary. You'll see English language, what the filters are. All right, now to talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night when the market closed. And here, out of the 50, you could scroll down a little bit, out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Just because a strategy makes a cut, though, doesn't mean you're going to get an alert for it, because every one of these strategies has a set of filters, just like in here, way more, and a trigger. And sometimes, no stock meets the requirements. So today, for instance, these are the only two stocks that actually triggered today from the AI, all these strategies. Personally, I don't care what the names of the strategies are. I don't care from where a strategy comes or where an alert comes. I don't really care. I don't care if it comes from Holy Grail or 2.0 or Neo. Hopefully we're going to get rid of all that. All I care about is what are the alerts. So to do that, click on, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. And then how I use it. Now, first of all, I usually only look at stocks under $20. That's just my personal preference. It doesn't have to be yours, of course. But I just use this as a watch list all day long. And I just watch the ones that have really moved, at the top. Now, there are only 2 today, so, it's not a big list. But that's how I use the AI. People ask all the time, is there a tutorial on how to use it? There isn't, because, how I use it and how 10 other people use it can be completely different. The only thing I would say is people always want to auto trade. We recommend not auto trading the AI. If you want to, take the entry, fine, but I would be managing the exit on your own. I think you'll more maximize your gains if you do that. So that is the AI in action. Now, just to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is, for those of you new, wondering what this program can do. So obviously we're a scanner. I call ourselves an event-based scanner. As I pointed out before, here are the filters that I'm using in this particular scanner called Basic New Highs and Lows. I have a price range. I have a relative volume or current volume, so it's at least trading 4 times as normal up to this point of the day. I have a minimum volume, up or down 4%. So these are the filters that I'm using. If all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I'll get a real-time alert when that happens. Okay, so that's the event. We have many. You can create your own, of course, but we have many here. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but here are all the alerts that we have. Many alerts. I'm going to go down till I get to the filter area. When you start seeing these icons, these are the filters. Many filters. So instead of making you learn a programming language, what we did is we created as many alerts and filters as we thought would be that most people would want. And then you sort of a la carte pick from a menu, and you kind of add the ones that you want to use. So you don't have to know any programming whatsoever. Depending what they are, sure, Mike. As long as they're part of the alerts and filters that we have, it should be relatively simple to construct something for you. So that is what Trade Ideas is. Now, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus, and it's accessed only if you downloaded our app. Okay, it's not available from the web-based version. Oh, before I say that, so I want to talk about our linking tool. Again, only available from the app, not from the web-based version. So from the toolbar, if you click on Tools and External Linking, and you click on Add a Link. I'm not going to do it right now, but what this does is, with many, many brokerage platforms, it's a big time saver if you can establish the link between trade ideas and your brokerage platform. What does establishing the link mean? It means that when you click on an alert that you get, it automatically loads into the order entry of your brokerage platform. From there, you trade it, from within your brokerage platform. So why is that a big deal? Well, it's a big deal if you are like me and a lot of people who are clicking on alerts all day long. Instead of my having to, I see this, KOSS, instead of my having to go over to my order entry and typing it in, it'll just automatically load into my order entry. That is what linking does. Now, we have a special arrangement if you happen to have an interactive brokers account. Then you can actually use this window right here that we call Brokerage Plus, and you can trade from within this window. You don't have to, you establish the link with IB, but now you're trading from within this window instead of within the interactive brokers order entry area. So why would you want to do that? Well, let's first of all, if you do have an interactive brokers account, then you should watch this video. And that will show you how you can trade using this window right here called Brokerage Plus. Things like, let's say I click on CHSS or CHS. Take a look at the chart, say, yep, I want to trade this. Go back and you can set up your own buying and shorting options. We call this one-click trading, okay? And that video that I popped in will show you how you can set up your own. So it's not auto, I don't auto trade ever. But it's pretty darn close. You first of all, I would never want to take something until I see, where there is support resistance on the chart. You quickly size it up. You go right back, hover, click, trade. So, within 5 seconds, you're probably in the trade. So you can do that if you have an interactive brokers account and you watch that video. Now, the next big use of this window here is as a paper trader, simulator trader. You click on the sim right there. And now, if you are new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you want to say, practice taking some trades from a strategy that you think might work, please, especially if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data, and it's very, very simple. Now, what you see here, these are 3 simulated trades that I took yesterday that I've held over. I should have got out of this one yesterday. I was just showing people how to actually do it. But this actually shows you that if you take a trade, I'm going to show you how you can take a trade, but if you keep it, if you don't get out of it by the end of the day, it'll carry over. In other words, you can use this to practice your swing trading techniques. Okay, well, we have scans for the pre-market, Mike, and it obviously 1 hour after they open. So we have scans for the pre-market that might help you get set up with the ones that have moved in the pre-market, and they may potentially keep moving. As you know, nothing is certain in this in trading. That just because something has moved in the pre-market, we see many occurrences like that. But if you're a momentum trader, I've got momentum scans that I share that you can run for an hour, and then that's it. So let's take a trade. Let me show you how you can take a trade. A little lagging again. Count, do a reset. So there are a couple of ways you can use this. Let's just say, for instance, I wanted to take this trade down here on a pullback. IRIX on a pullback down to this level. I look at this level and think, that's pretty good support. I want to take this trade right there. So, and that's at 284. So, I pick how many shares. Let's take 300. And I am going to say I want to take this trade if it gets down to 284, 285. So I just type in 285 in both boxes. Click on the buy button and watch what happens. So you see this blue line appears right on the chart. So if it goes down to 285, it's going to take the trade. Now, if it takes the trade, if you want to take that trade at 285, you have to know, just like everything else, okay, I take the trade at 285. Where am I going to get out if it doesn't work? Okay, so you always have to have your stop. So if you get into the trade, then you can add your stop. But and you can also do it the other way. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that you said, you know what, I want to take this trade if it breaks above these two highs right there. So in other words, above the current price. If you look at, there's maybe a resistance area or a moving average or something that you thought, you know what, I'd like to take the trade. If it breaks it, you can do exactly the same thing as I did here, but obviously just put the price above the current price. Okay, so very visible. So I'm just going to leave it there, see if it happens. So I want to take a trade right now just to show you how you can do it. See, look at bingo, what a pullback. See, bingo, on a pullback, you might have said, okay, I'll take this trade at 108, right down here. Let me see if I can find something that might be interesting. Boy, there's a lot of choppiness, guys. Look at the market. I mean, this is a difficult day. I mean, I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but look at this one. It went straight up or straight down. Of course, there will always be some stocks that look like that. But, when the market is doing what it's doing right now, then, a lot of it can be the uncertainty. Will the stimulus bill get passed or not? So there's a lot of choppiness in this market right now. Just want to find something here. Okay, I just want to show you how you can take a trade, put a stop in. Okay, not that I would do this one necessarily, but IBN, I just want to show you. So let's take 300. We're going to go in at the market. It's a penny spread, so I just bought IBN right there. Now I will put my stop in. I knew what my stop was going to be before. Okay. And I figured that down here, right down there at 1449 looked like, a decent area of support, that if it broke that, I should be out of the trade. So I just right click, add the stop order. You know what? I'm going to put it at 1446. I'm going to show you why, or tell you why. Where am I in this one? I'm going to put it at 68. I'm going to show you why, just to make the math easy. Okay. So if this goes down to 1448, I will be out $58 if I allow it to happen. Okay, when I say allow it to happen, just because I put a stop order there, it's not a commandment that I have to, wait for it to hit. If I don't like the way it's trading, it starts to move down. I say, no, I want to get out. This is my absolute get out of town though, okay? I will never, when I put a stop order in, I never, ever let it go below it. Now, within reason. I mean, sometimes if something gaps right down below it, I have no control. But, I'm not going to second guess myself is really what I'm saying. I'm not going to say to myself, well, I put this in at 1448. Maybe that was a little tight, so let's start moving it down, Now, what I just did there, let me move it back up. I just put it there. So what I did there is to show you how you can use this line right there as a trailing stop. Now, people are always asking me, how do you put trailing stops? Like, what do you use? 1%, a dollar? For me, I think it's better to put the trailing stop in at areas of support on the chart. So that if it broke down, let's say that this really starts working well and this gets up to 1498. I mean, I could be raising this line on the chart to areas of support such that if it broke down through that area, I should be out of the trade. So that's what I'd be doing. I'd be using this as my trailing stop, putting it in support areas that are higher than I'm in right now. Now, some people like to put targets. I don't typically put targets, but if you want to put a target, a target, let's put 15 as a target for this. Right click on that order and put 15 as the target. Okay, and you'll see it appears, hard to see here, but it appears on the line. So right now, if I let this run automatically, it'll take me out for about a $78 loss at 1442. If it goes up to 15, it'll take me out for a $97 gain. Again, doesn't mean you have to obey that target. I mean, the way I look at it, if the trade is still working really well, you would just start moving your target up. Now, why I wanted to put the stop, well, okay, I raised that stop. Let me get it back. I just want to get it back to that 1448. Well, it's close enough. Yeah, I've just raised the stop. I wanted to have 20-cent difference between the entry and the stop. The reason why I just wanted to make the math really simple. So again, when you get into the trade, you have to know where your stop is. Where are you going to get out of the trade if it moves against you? Okay, so let's pretend that was 20 cents. And let's also say that you were willing to risk $100 on the trade. Okay, now how much you're going to risk per trade will be indicative, or you'll have to look at, of course, your account size. I think I said this before. If you have an account of 5,000, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, based on your account size, you look and you say, yep, I can afford, if it goes against me, I will risk $100 on this trade. So if you're in at 1468 and there's your stop at, let's pretend it was 1448, it's 20 cents away. It's simple math. You can take 500 shares of that. It goes against you, 20 cents. 500 times 20 cents is $100. Okay, and that's how that works. So, in my opinion, you should always risk the same amount per trade. You don't want to risk $100 one trade and then $300 the next and $500 the next. You don't want to get into revenge trading. If you lose $100 on that first trade, you get all anxious and say, well, I better risk $200 the next one so I can make it up and make money. And that loses. Now you're down $300 and the cycle continues. So not really. I mean, all I do, Prana, is I'll be looking, if I were in IBN, okay, IBN, I mean, I can see, it's a little jumbled right there, but I can see on that chart that there's a lot of resistance right around 15. So, I mean, if I were truly in this trade, I mean, remember now, this is just a simulated trade, paper trade. If I were truly in this trade, and it was starting to approach 15, I'd be taking some out. Doesn't mean I would take everything out, but it's not so much a target. It's where I'm, Real will disagree. I guess he'd say it is a target, but it's where I think I might encounter some resistance. So that's where I'll get a little bit worried. Not worried, but I mean aware. Now it could easily pop through that. So it doesn't mean if it hits close to 15, I'm out of the trade. I'll have to see how it's trading around there. Okay, you do not have to trade. Okay, so you might have come in and look. No, the trailing stop option is really not good. That's why it has to be improved. I think there is a dollar, but not a percent, or vice versa. And I agree that the trailing stop option, if you're in multiple trades, I guess it's a good option. Yes, if you're in multiple trades, like 5, 6, 7, 8 trades at a time. My way, see, I'm the type of trader, even if I weren't moderating a room, I rarely would be in 3 trades at the same time. Rarely. Most of the time I'm in 1 or 2 trades at the same time. Consequently, that means, I am following the trade. I've got a thumbnail somewhere and I'm completely aware of what's happening. So that's why I'd be using this as a trailing stop. I'd be moving this up and down, or up, not, as a trailing stop, as opposed to putting some kind of an artificial percentage or dollar figure as my trailing stop. But I agree, if in, like, I don't know how many deep harness, I don't know how many trades you're normally in at the same time. I would recommend trying using the line as your trailing stop, putting it in areas on the chart, again, as I said before, where there's a support area, and dropping it just a little bit below that support area. So that's where you should be out. So Sidhu, yeah, Sidhu, you do not have to use this to trade using trade ideas. You might have missed my explanation earlier. We have a linking tool, external linking, and so you can link with any broker and trade. You don't even have to link. I mean, first and foremost, we're a scanning program. So you can use, you're not limited to any broker using our program. It's just that we have a handy little tool so that you don't have to, type the symbol into your order entry all day long. It just links into your brokerage platform so that, again, you don't have to type it in, but then you're trading from within your brokerage platform. But even the linking is not mandatory. Does that make sense? Oh, I just want to make sure that makes sense. I don't want to get people the idea that, you have to use this to trade with trade ideas. Not at all. So did that make sense, what I said? Well, no, you have to. I mean, you have to have a broker. So I mean, somehow the symbol has to show up in your brokerage platform. I'm just saying that I don't want to give people the idea that this is a scanner first. Okay, so if you saw a symbol, and you clicked on it, I mean, you could type that symbol into your brokerage platform. We just happen to have a nice little tool that with most brokers, once you establish the link, when you click on the symbol, it'll load into your platform. Of course, you have to have the symbol in your platform. Okay, so Pauline, the question was in the YouTube feed, can you show me again how to add a stop and trail it? So I'm going to take this stop out. I think I can take it out. Okay, so I just took it out. I just took everything out. Okay, so Pauline, pretend that I just got into this trade right here, IBN. Okay, I just got into it, and now I want to put my stop. And as I said, I put my stop at, I picked an area on the chart that I thought, might be support. Okay, so I put it, in this area down here. I guess actually I looked at the 5-minute chart. Now, determining areas of support is, comes with experience, but just for the purposes of showing you. So if I thought that this area right down here on that 5-minute chart was a pretty good support area, which looks like around 1450. So if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So again, I'll go back, I'm in the trade, right click, add the stop order, and just type it in. And I'll put 1448 just below that support area. Okay? And there it appears on the chart. All right, and then now here's how you can use it like a trailing stop. If the trade starts working well, and if I looked at this chart and I thought, well, there's another little area of support right here. Let's say this trade really starts to work well. I could start to move this up, this line up, and I could maybe put it here, 1458, right there on that 2-minute chart. Thinking, what, if it takes that out, I should be out of the trade. So we're kind of using it like a trailing stop. Okay? Yeah, there's a, so if you, what is your brokerage platform, Sidhu? Just one moment, please. Typically, if you close down your brokerage platform and then you close down Trade Ideas, the link should remain, and you use it in the reverse direction the next day. Otherwise, I used to have Quest Trade. I can't guarantee that that's going to work, but to establish the link it works for me with interactive brokers. Or you could try this. This is actually what I do. So if I go to my external linking, what I do, it seems to work well for me, is if I close down interactive brokers, I just disable the link, okay? And then tomorrow I enable it. That seems to work well for me. I never have an issue. The only reason I disable it is because sometimes, if I close down my platform and I start doing some work, which I do after hours, I get an error message because it's looking for my my brokerage platform. Yeah, it's very simple. Simple when you know how, and it's same with an alert window. All you have to do is just, if I left click on the header and then just start moving it. Okay, you see how I'm getting these little dotted lines. I'm not going to do it, but that's all you do. You just left click on the header and then start putting it wherever you want. The column header. So again, to keep the link established, I believe once close down your brokerage platform first, and then trade ideas, and then do the reverse order the next day. Well, Alan, your active trades are within. All you're doing in the disabling is the link is gone. That's all. But the trades are within interactive brokers. It's got nothing to do with. Interactive brokers holds your trades. It's not trade ideas. The question was, okay, what if I disable the link between my brokerage platform and trade ideas? What happens to the active trades? Well, the active trades are held within your brokerage platform. Yeah, within Brokerage Plus, it'll keep the trade. Yeah, but remember, the trade is within. It's always still within your brokerage platform. I don't know Trading 212 at all. I've never heard of that one before, Grant. There's no reason to disable, the link, during the trading day, of course. Best thing to do when you talk about Trading 212. Again, I've never heard of that one. We don't know what we link with. We don't work with different brokerages in that regard, other than interactive brokers. But when I say work with, we don't contact them, and they don't care whether we can link with them or not. Typically, all you do is you click on the tools, external linking, add a link, and you follow the instructions. Typically, it's just a matter of putting the mouse pointer in the order entry, hitting the shift key, and that usually establishes the link. But there's no guarantee. With every single platform in the world. Well, Questrade, when I had Questrade, sometimes the link would just disappear, on its own. I didn't find Questrade to be, not all the time, but it would just disappear on its own. So the only thing I can say is just try it again. There's nothing more I can, go through this again, add the link, get rid of it, highlight it, delete it, and then add it again. Okay. All right, TENX now just making a new high here, guys. So this one actually wasn't too bad. It didn't really collapse, TENX, and it's fairly low float. Lots of activity for it. Look at that. 12 million in the float, 151 million have traded. I can kind of do the math. It's about 12 times the float. Nothing is telling me it's ready to go. The only way I would even look at this is if it took out 880 on volume. Look at all this choppiness right there. Now, you do have a nice little bottoming tail there, so maybe the sellers are giving up a little bit, but I thumb my nose at the AI for shorting my stock. Anyway, you know, the IPOC, so it has come back nicely for me. Again, I'm in this one at $12 and other levels. I have traded it, but I have a core position at $12 as a swing. So it's still choppy. That is a choppy day, guys. Look at the market now, guys. It is a really difficult day. I'm not saying there aren't any, but this is well, for what I look at, this is a very difficult day. I mean, look what the SPY is doing. I mean, that is chop. You know, on the 15-minute chart, that is chopping around. 2-minute chart, you know, up, down, up, down, up, down, down. I mean, it's just really. So this vote is supposed to for sure happen today. The stimulus vote is supposed to happen today for sure. And any idea of a time? Or is this going to drag out during the day? At 2 o'clock, that's the vote, okay. Yeah, the defense budget I don't care about, but but thank you, Saif. I mean, that's all the market cares about right now is the stimulus. You too, Lily. Have a great day, or rest of the day. Well, people ask me why I don't trade more. Well, you probably can see why I don't trade that as much as I would like to. You know, lots of questions, and again, that's part of the deal, but that's okay. But, you know, I really should have been watching this one a lot more. So let me show you this. 1143 was the entry for IMMR, okay? And it got stopped out. It got stopped out at 1120. I've said this many, many, many times. If you have the AI, please add the reentry. Now, in fact, look what's happening now. Please add the reentry time and the reentry price column. Okay? Why? Well, let's take a look. You'll notice here in the reentry price, there are 3 numbers, okay? And they're automatically calculated on the entry. It's nothing scientific. The entry price, you take the entry price and the stop, and halfway between gets you the reentry price. This was a short. So here, 1143, stop was 1120, halfway between is 1132. Okay? So what happens is, if a stock at any point during the day actually hits the stop price, it doesn't necessarily have to be the exit reason. It just has to hit the stop price. And if it comes back to that reentry, you'll get an alert. That's why we see 1058 in here. Look what happened since then. So you get a second chance, you know, saying, okay, maybe the AI was a little bit early on this one. You get a second chance to get into this trade at 1132. And, you know, what did it get up to? Got up to 1218. You know, it wasn't super easy. But still, it gave you an opportunity, 1132, to get back into the trade. And that would have been at 1058. So 8 minutes after it exited, it gave you another chance to get back in. So that's why I'm always saying, please, if you have the AI, add those 2 columns. It's all in alphabetical order. To add them, just right-click on a column header and click on columns, and it's alphabetical order, and just add them to take full advantage of the AI. You know, if I'd been paying more attention. Now, the other thing you can do, be a little more proactive. You can set up price alerts. You can set up price alerts at these levels because, again, these are established the minute you get the entry. And you can set up price alerts. You just go to so if I had done that for IMMR, I would have just gone to IMMR and I would have gone up to 1132. 1132 and just set my price alert. Very simple, create the price alert. So I would have been given, man, is it ever moving now? I would have had a price alert. I would have known about it, and then I could have taken the trade. No, I know that Rodex here. I know he signed it, but the Senate has to approve it. And it's the $2,000 that everybody, is. I don't want to say hoping for, but I mean, the market, obviously, that'll be an injection. So, anyway, 2 o'clock, okay? So, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So, it'll be 11 o'clock my time out here in Western Canada. So these are hotkeys. I haven't gone over the hotkeys. So I took that IBN simulated trade, and so I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, you know what, I don't like it anymore. So these are hotkeys. If I want to get out of a position, I flatten it, get out. I can get out a half. I could double my position if I wanted to. I'm going to just flatten it right now to show you how that hotkey works. So it just took me out of the position. Now, wow, look at IMMR, guys. Again, I can't emphasize more using that reentry. Now, are they all going to work like this? Of course not. But if you're not using it, you're just not using the full capabilities of the AI. I mean, look, sometimes the AI is right in terms of the direction and all, but just a little bit early. Does everybody really understand that, what I'm talking about, if you have the premium service, about using the reentry, having at least those columns and being alerted? Okay, so you should add these columns. Add these columns, okay? Just, first of all, this is the window you should be looking at, staring at all day long. So File, New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and here's your window. And here are all the trades. I mean, there's only 3 trades today, but add these columns. Okay? Now, how you're going to trade these is up to you. I mean, there's nothing I can tell you. I mean, how you're going to trade them is going to be up to you. Just, consider it a watch list. And why you're seeing these is because, the AI went to work last night optimizing the 50 baseline strategies that we have. And so out of the 50 strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut, making the cut for various reasons. But just because all these strategies made the cut doesn't mean that you get alerts from, we only had 3 alerts. So obviously some of these strategies are not giving any alerts. And that can happen because each one of these strategies has a lot of filters and alerts. A lot of filters in place. And so no stocks met those filter requirements. So when you get the alert, there's the real time, and there's your stop. And there's no, in my opinion, there's no mad rush that you have to get into it the penny of. Okay, people get very uptight. I get the alert and it's already moved 2 or 3 cents. They're not designed, for making a nickel. All right, INNB on the move here. This is a nice little breakout of the 2-minute chart, actually. INNB on the move. What sort of resistance in there? Boy, this got a lot of room. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get here, but just look at that monthly chart. Actually last week, I guess I have to look at last week. Last week's high was 1657. That's about $1 away from last week's high. PBI, a previous trade of the week, did very well. Yeah, big pop. You're right. Big pop for a big float. This may have been one of my favorite trades of the week. The reason, as I said, when it happened, I can't remember the exact week, the market was just moving down, 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 down. There was really no news about PBI, and somehow it ran counter to the market for the week. And I thought that was really, really something. Because the market was really, really moving down. No, I see it opened. I see it opened down, and it just got halted again. Yeah, this is exactly like the ACI, and the ACI did not. Well, of course, the ACI was halted for a long time. This was at 11 o'clock, and it didn't open until 2:45. So there wasn't that much time, even if it wanted to recover. Maybe but listen, you got to be. If you're going to take this, don't take very many shares. Anything can happen. This is from where it came, 320. You could easily just fall right back. And it just resumed. Well, INNB approaching yet last week's, last week. This is first 2 days of the week. So last week's high right there. That was on Thursday. Well, you don't have to have all those columns. You don't have to. You can pick and choose which ones you want. We have a lot of columns available. Everybody's different. Everybody likes to see different things, perhaps. So you don't have to have, just kind of get used to, check the column headers. I think there's some obvious ones, the entry time, the entry price, the exit price, exit time, things like that, stop. But you don't have to have them all. Wow, INNB is just a serious rippage, as we say. So is PBI. Something is up. Pitney Bowes announced pricing update for... But this was earlier in the day. Volumes continued to surge into 2021. But that was at 9:15, so this is definitely a delayed reaction. Look at the volume. So Shanky, I'm sharing most of what you see right here. Okay, here's a shared layout. And welcome to the room. So again, it's a layout, so make sure if you have your own layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, you can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will disappear or be replaced. But as long as you've saved it to the cloud first, you're okay. All right, here's another one, another small one. EQ was halted. Looks like there's a ton of resistance right around 5. It'd be really interesting if it took that out. All right, guys, let me see if anything happening. I had some thumbnail charts, see if anything exciting is happening. Not really. Take a look at Bitcoin and what's been happening to Bitcoin for the last little while after, that huge run. This is the Bitcoin ETF. So Bitcoin a little softer. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. A little excitement with my dog waking up. You know what, guys? I'm getting a little tired of the XNet. I may just drop it. If it gets back over 3 at some point, like 320 or so. But I'm just getting a little bit tired of it. I know it's a little bit under where I bought it at 3, so you don't have to do the same thing. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking about. TCON, let's take a look. TCON. I can tell you why it's not showing up here, because the relative volume is not high enough for me. That's why it's not showing up here. My relative volume is, I think, 3 or 4. Yeah, there's at least 4 in here. I'm not sure there is an official lunchtime anymore. I mean, but if you want to call, in the old days, it was certainly 12 o'clock Eastern time, 12 to 1. But I mean, I don't think the market really doesn't take the breaks it used to. Not with the computer driven trading. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, yeah, something, it's really interesting, this PBI, because the news that I have was that I'm seeing, it might have been a little earlier. Yeah, I see 9 o'clock. So half an hour before the market opened, and, there was really nothing. In fact, it started to move down. So I don't know if there's any more news. But look at that. Look at a move, though, for PBI. I have a lot of windows being popped out when I open trade ideas, and the majority are alpha predators dated from May 18th of 2017. No, that's not normal. I don't quite know what you mean by that. I couldn't see any reason why TCCO was up. I know it gapped up in the pre-market. When I was, looking at the headlines, I did not see any reason for it. No idea. There's probably got to be a reason, but also look at this. I mean, it got up to 18. It's dropped $10. Boy, PBI. This is look at this go, guys. I mean, this is really astonishing. 170 million in the float. That's a huge move for a big float. And again, I don't really see. I mean, this is the news. Pitney Bowes announces pricing update for delivery services as parcel volumes continued to surge into 2021, etc. It was a record year for delivery volumes. We anticipate the pace to continue, etc., etc., etc. But that was pre-market news. I don't even know how you're getting those. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea how you're getting those. When you say they're popping up, I have no idea. What I would do, if these are all, what I would do is, close all their windows. Okay, go to Windows and close all. I have no idea. I might have to send you to tech support because I have no idea. Close all your windows so you have a blank screen, and then you can load my layout. All right, guys, I'm just checking to see when earnings season starts. We are about 3 weeks away from earnings season starting again. Alcoa on the 20th. We have some of the financials that week also, some of the big Goldman Sachs, etc. So that's when earnings season will start. There's Goldman Sachs on the 19th. So about 3 weeks from now. So guys, if I'm paying way more attention, these are classic stocks to short, these tops, classic. Okay, if I'm able to pay more attention, when I point these out to you, those of you who are willing to short, you should be looking at situations like this. These are tops, big. And man, oh man, I mean, I'm not saying you would get it right at the very, very top there, but even if you waited for the break here at 1570, the break of that ADMA on the 2-minute chart, 1570 down to what, 1438. I mean, they're awesome. So I just can't pay enough attention. But, hopefully when I'm pointing some of these things out, some of you are looking at this and going, wow, I mean, this is super extended, and I had shorts available. Yeah, so this is my shared layout. It has most of what you see. Okay, it will not have these two windows. I can show you how you can make these windows, but it won't have these two windows. Well, bunch of reasons. I mean, I know you have Trading View. So, I mean, I just looked there. I mean, through the 30-minute channel, so at 1584, that would have given an interesting entry. But even if you waited right there for the break on the 2-minute chart, the ADMA breaking at 1545, even if you waited, it still gave you $1.50. So I know you have TradingView. I mean, so if I'm paying attention, I'm looking at this and I look at the channel break right up there. Yeah, I know a lot of people asked for it, so that's why I did it. I did it for the test drive actually, and I just sort of kept the link. Yeah. Okay. So the question was, why if the offering is at 960, why is TCON going up? It happens. You know, we see that time and again. We see an offering, and we think, okay, it's got to be. You know, in again, I always sort of refer to the old days, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how many years ago, but it would almost 99% of the time a company does a stock offering, and it'll be below the offering price. But it's not. It you know, I would say it's almost 50-50 now. You know, there was another one I noticed this morning. Let's see where this one is, MKGI. Yeah, so this is, you know, this is basically at the offering 250. Okay, but so there could be a number of reasons. I mean, shareholders could look at that and go, you know what, we like for all the reasons you're raising money, we like it. Yeah, I know, Steve, but I mean, that's the thing. There's no hard and fast rule anymore. We've seen it time and again where a company does an offering and it rips off the offering price the day of. Yeah, I mean, no existing shareholder likes to see their position diluted. And that's the rationale to why usually the stock price will be below the offering price. But again, you could tell me that X company is going to do an offering tomorrow at this price, at a certain price, and there's no way I would say, okay, guaranteed that's going to be below. You know, these are just teasing me here. Like MTNB, MTNB, it's not a low float. And you can just kind of see if it didn't have this little pop this month here. I mean, look at the room this has to 240 or 250 from a dollar. It's just got these little areas that could stall it. If it were free of this, I mean, man, this would be really interesting. Yeah, I still have a position of IPOC. I do. Oh, I know. I know. See, now the relative volume is picking up, you know, and it would be in here. It's got to get to 4, and so if you say, well, I want to see this stock and I want to see it here, well, you can do it. You can take this and change that current volume to something lower. And yeah, you'll see this. You may see a lot of other stocks you don't want to see. You know, there's always a trade-off with the filters. You know, we get the question all the time, how come my alert window didn't pick this up? Usually it's because it's a filter blocking it. And then I always go into an explanation saying you can see anything. We can construct an alert window or a topless window to see anything. The problem is you might see this one and you might see 10 others that are horrible and they get lost. You know, you get inundated with alerts. So it's the trade-off. You know, I've chosen in this window to put some fairly rigorous. I mean, these are the only alerts I've had. You know, that's the first time. These are showing me the first time the alert happened. This is the repeating version, but so I've only had these alerts. So the question is, what platform allows early trading at 6 a.m.? All right, so Interactive Brokers actually starts at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. I can't speak for any other broker, but I know Interactive Brokers starts we don't start getting our data till 7 a.m., but Interactive Brokers, you can actually trade starting at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. We do have a bid, but we can put a bid and ask up here, but I'd have to be connected live to my Interactive Brokers account. I'm connected to the simulator. So you could have a bid and ask. The question was, does Trade Ideas show bid and ask? I could have the bid and ask up here, but again, I have to be connected to my Interactive Brokers account. Meanwhile, I mean, this is not easy. I mean, it's up. I get it. It's up, IMMR, but I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails, even on a 15-minute chart. So if you're wondering where I'm saying that, it's because, the higher time frames tend to smooth things out a little bit more. Whereas the 2-minute, you can jump all over the place. The 5, a little less. The 15, you hope to see something a little smoother. Yeah, so if you're looking are you talking about the demo, Manel? The demo is soon to be non-existent, so I'll just tell you that right now. I don't know even if you can. I'm not even sure it's available anymore. But the demo is 15-minute delayed. But I'm not even sure how you sign up anymore. I know you used to be able to sign up with your Facebook or Google account. I'm not even sure though. I know we're getting rid of it. So I really can't help you there. If you're talking about the test drive itself, that won't be until probably February. The next test drive. If you're talking about the $8.99 deal that we do 4 times a year. All right, guys, so what I want to do is I'll be taking my break in about a couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed. And I'm going to put the link to the YouTube feed. Steve is the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can head over there. I'll be taking a break, say at around noon here. And I'm just going to get ready for it. I'm still here, but I'm just going to put it in now. I see, Shanky. Did it work? I might have to send you if that didn't work when you cleared your screen and then loaded my window and you're still getting all those other things loading. I'm going to have to send you to the home page, and you can start a live like talk to one of our tech guys. I won't be able to help you with something like that. So this is the link to the home page, and you'll see a little something. It'll say start discussion. All right, guys, as I say, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed, and then I'll be taking my break. Should be any moment now. Okay, well, Steve may be able to help you. I'm going to be leaving. But Vijay, when you say a way to configure the AI strategy settings, what do you mean exactly by that? You can't say things like I only want to see stocks between a certain price range or a certain volume, things like that. If that's your question, then no. And as far as the settings, if you're talking about the filters and all that, no. All the AI alerts or the AI strategies, they're all proprietary. If that is your question. Well, nobody got nailed by that triple U. Okay, good. Maybe not the answer you wanted, but yes, that is it. The window is here. Click on if you have to have our premium service, but file new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. That's your window. That is the AI window. When you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break. Steve says he's streaming now, so I will stop the stream in the YouTube feed. So,
All right, it looks like we flipped over. Let me make sure. All right, good. Hello, everybody. Barry will be gone. Guys, I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Let's just catch up on the questions here. Yes, hello, Mike C. It has been a good break. Looking forward to, like everybody, the new year. So I've invited a few people in here. I'm sure a few people from Trade Ideas have been sent in here. Anything you guys want to talk about, I'll do my best to try and answer questions. Trade of the week is not doing well. I will cop to that immediately after a couple of great weeks. This one is just horrible. Technically, the stop in this one is roughly just at 9. But I'll tell you what, if this thing were to close like it is right now underneath these moving averages that should be supporting it, I will be cutting it early, likely. More than likely, what's the low here? It's probably trying to tickle this low and see if it can find any additional sellers. I'll adjust that line right there from this day right here. You see what it's doing, I think, right here. It's trying to push below and see if it can shake out the weak hands. At least I'm going to stick with that scenario as to what's happening right now. Anything can change between now and the end of the close. So we'll see. But I'll tell you, if it looks like this at the end of the day with 5 minutes to go, I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to stick around and wait for it to probably revisit 9. So, all right, let's take a look at the questions here. WB, I don't know if that's a symbol of a chart. WB time. I haven't looked at that one. Weibo. But if you are looking at that one, it's holding up okay today after a big precipitous drop yesterday. Hello, Iris. Hello, Jatinder. All right, good. And some of you guys, I love it. You're crowdsourcing some of the responses and questions yourself. That's the way it should work. That's great. Hello, Sam. Looking for bid and ask quotes on Trade Ideas. No, we don't have bid and ask quotes. Hi, everyone. We have level 1, which is bid and ask, but we don't have the quotes. We just have the last. There's no, I mean, if you were to, we can do anything by going to the search tab and typing in keywords. Let's type in bid. Okay, so these are events. These would be new events. A big, large bid came in, new bid, higher bid. Those are events, and then these are our filters: bid size and shares, and bid ask ratio. So when we go to the ask in the same thing, looks like we're getting pretty much the same return. So we don't necessarily have a filter or a way to show you what the bid and ask is. That would be the spread of the stock. You should, however, be able to get that from your broker. Your broker should offer that information to you. So yeah, we're not giving bid and ask quotes. We're just showing the last. And it depends on what you're looking at. Again, our scans are in tick by tick real time. However, our charts might be 8 seconds refreshed. So you're always going to be getting the fastest data in our scan windows versus a single stock window or a chart. Oh yeah, that's a great question. I love talking about psychology of trading. Jatinder asks, do you ever feel tired or just burned out of trading and don't even want to see your trading station ever? Yes, there are times. There are many facets that you can go through. Let me just, one thing that came to mind when I was reading that, I don't want to skip over it, I just want to get it out there. Don't ever trade when you're sick. Like when you wake up and you've got a cold and you just feel like shit and you just, don't do it. I mean, you will probably lose money. I've tried it in the past. I dragged myself into the trading floor when we used to drive to them, and I'd sit there. I go, well, I'm here. I might as well just trade, and I feel like crap. No, it seriously affects you. So right off the bat, I can say when you wake up and you have a cold or a flu or sick, do not trade. Don't even try. It messes with your head horribly. And then there are days like last, November. I'll be honest with you, November and a lot of December, I've kind of almost looked forward to Monday because this is the silly season of the Santa rally, the holiday rally, where a lot of people are off and the small caps, as you've seen, have just been exploding. And when things start exploding and trading almost feels too easy, that's fun, but you have to remember in the back of your mind, it's just a matter of time before things turn viciously and you can't be overconfident. Which leads me to, yeah, there are times when if things aren't working or if the market isn't feeling what you're feeling, or let me rephrase that. If the market's not doing what you want it to do and you just feel like you're fighting into the wind all the time, yeah, there are days when you just don't want to see it and you need a refresh. I have taken, over the last 25 years, I have taken numerous sabbaticals, some for a months at a time. And that was refreshing. I can tell you that. I'm not the trader now that I was 15 years ago, not even close. The stuff that I do now has just kind of been honed in over time, um, and it has kind of evolved. But during that evolution process, there were days when I traded sick and I shouldn't. There were days when I traded too euphorically and broke my rules and learned very quickly. Don't get too complacent. Trading is not easy. There's just times of periods when it's easier than others. All right, let's see here. So that was a good question, Jatinder. I mean, I love talking about that kind of stuff, the psychology of trading. If there's any golfers out there, golf is also between the ears. 90% of the game is between the ears. You know how to swing the club, you know how to hit the ball, but how do you manage the course and manage yourself and manage the game? And how do you come back from a bad hole? How do you come back from a bad trade? I mean, there are millions of ways to translate golf. The trading gods and the golf gods, I think they share the same office space. All right, let's look. Unfortunately, you're out of the trade of the week. There's nothing to be unfortunate about. This did not do what I like, and this is just not behaving well at all. What it did yesterday was downright criminal. I was very disgusted by it. Thought we were going to have a good morning. Gapped up, came back, got some people in, took off back to highs, and then just, wow. I'm kind of flummoxed by that one. So don't kick yourself if you're out. Now you're playing the FOMO game. Am I out? Now that I'm out, did I sell at the low? I do this all the time. Let me give you a great example of the psychology and how it can mess with you. Fortuna Mines, I was long this thing a lot back here when it was strong and decided to jump back in like here and then got out here because it closed below everything. I said, screw it, just get me out. And then look what it's done since then. Yeah, you're always going to have that possibility of you selling the low and blessing the stock to move higher, and if you haven't experienced that yet, you will. It's just one of the things we go through. All right, TMUS. I'm catching up to the symbols here. That's holding up on the daily chart. Be careful if it's getting a little tired. I don't think it's getting tired, but it's hanging in there. Not much bad to say about that one, Mike C. Are we able to trade pre-market in the simulator? And if yes, how? Because this morning pre-market simulator orders were filled. Yeah, you're not able to trade in the simulator pre-market. You are able to trade in the live account, which this is a virtual desktop there. That's a live account, and we can trade pre-market in that one. It's connected to IB, but in the simulation mode, no, there is no pre-market trading. How do you measure your success in trading? Definitely not by looking around at others. Mac, when I first started, we had to drive to a trading floor where they had the T1 lines and the fast computers, and you had people around you. We didn't have social networks back then. You had to sit next to people and get a feel for what was going on in the market and learn by group hunting. And in that environment, it got really, really, really difficult to not look around and try and compare yourself to others. We would have times where these big traders would come in from another state and they'd sit down and they'd print their 10, 20, 30, $40,000, and I'd look at myself like, what in the hell am I doing wrong? And it messes with your head. So the question is, how do you measure your own success? Well, obviously, profit and loss is a good one, but you can't look at it on a daily basis, not even a weekly basis. Try and pull back to a monthly and just focus on the monthly. Are you growing in the right direction? Are you learning from your mistakes? Are you acknowledging your mistakes? I've never been a big journal person, but I journal a lot in my head with my thoughts, and I kind of try and be self-aware. So measuring your success is not against somebody else. And it really also depends on what you're trying to get out of it. Somebody who's coming in and trying to learn the business in 6 months and take $50,000 and start paying their monthly bills 6-7 months down the road, that's a horrible endeavor, because it's probably not going to work out and you're going to call yourself a failure because of it. But if you're a person who has a $10,000 account, but you have a real job and you have money coming in, but you can focus some time on this, then your success is built on, can you make that money grow and learn and make your mistakes cheap? There's really no one right answer to it. It's you against yourself, just like the golf course, like I said there, Mac. And so as long as you're learning from your mistakes and you're not repeating your mistakes. I think here's one of the biggest, I'll leave you with this. Here's one of the biggest pitfalls, and this is a great dovetail to those guys that I used to watch come in and make print, $30,000-$40,000 a day and go play golf. And I thought, wow, they pretty much figured it all out. They've got the key to life. Well, when I came to realize that they were making money in 98, 99, and 2000, I hear some of their names in 2003, after 9/11, 2004. Oh, remember so-and-so? Yeah, he blew up his account. He had to go back to sales. And that floored me. I was like, wow, am I really glad I didn't get too hung up on trying to compare myself to those guys, because my point is, the biggest hurdle you will have as a trader, and we might have it coming up, you never know, is what to do when the market environment changes. Because all we know is buy those early morning dips right now and the stocks they're talking about, buy it on the trend line, ride it out, flip it, buy it lower left to upper right, bull market, bull market. But when things change, that's when the real traders get separated from the gamers. You have got to, one, pull back immediately and identify the change in the winds. Like an animal, like a seagull going to Jack in the Box or McDonald's every day. All of a sudden, those French fries that have been there in that one trash can, they moved it to the back of the building, and all of a sudden your French fries aren't there anymore, and you just keep showing up and wasting time looking for that old source of food that's not there anymore. You've got to recognize when that happens. I mean, we're not there yet, but at some point we're gonna hit some more bumpy roads in the market, and doing all the things that you've done up till now that worked are not going to work, and it's going to be up to you to recognize when that happens and turtle, go defensive, get small, and figure out what does start to work. And honestly, I'll tell you what, that's when we have a lot of these scans that are built to go up and do whatever. Well, we have this button here called the flip. And sometimes when the market changes, it's as easy as taking the scans that worked in a bull market and flipping them and inverting them all and start studying them for short selling, because there will be a time, if you want to survive, you're going to have to learn how to short sell. All right. Let me see if I'm caught up here, because I get a tendency to just drift on a topic. So to measure your success. Hope that helped, Mac. Don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to yourself. Are you getting better? Are you learning from your mistakes? Are you short preference or long? I'm still downtime. I am still long preference, but I'm long more in some mining stocks. TGB is my biggest holding right now. All right, look at this. Nice trend. Boy, am I really, since it's my biggest holding, I'm really hoping that this resolves itself correctly and moves higher. I'm bullish on that one. I'm not bullish on the typical stuff, the NASDAQ stuff. I did, let's take a look, get into this again today. UAVS, it came down, and I usually don't play this kind of stuff, but it filled that gap early this morning, so I picked some up a little bit lower, around 6. We'll see if that works. So I'm still bullish. I'm not shorting anything, but I'm playing more defensive things. I'm in another stock, EGO. That's another mining stock, and then CDE, a silver stock. Look at how this one really flirted this morning, down and up. That's a nice intraday reversal. I'll take that at the end of the day. So I'm bullish on certain things, but I'm very cautious. I've also got some VXX in my mother's account, which I added to before I came on with you guys. Bought some down here, and I added some right here, only as a hedge to offset all the longs that I've got for her in her account. And so I want to really make sure that there's no real major rug pull that goes on in the market. And if there is, this VXX is a leveraged hedging vehicle that you can buy. So if I look over there on her tab, it's flat on the day. So I'm still long preference, but very selective downtime in what sectors I am long in. Yes, my friends and I were talking about the golfing. Yes, so Jatinder gets it. The golf gods share the same office space, and they have the same sense of humor in messing with golfers and traders, because it's us against ourselves. Well, I see what you're doing, Sam, and that's a good. He says I'm kicking myself for not having a good month when he sees a lot of other people and hears me talking about having a good month. But Sam, you got to remember, I think you're rather new to this, and so you kind of have to go through that exercise to kind of ring it out. It's a emotional exercise we've all gone through, the fear of missing out or kicking ourselves when we see other people making money. It's not easy, I know. That's why I was talking about it earlier. But if I understand correctly, I think you're new to the game, so you've got to be patient. You've got to understand that you're going to make mistakes and you're going to lose money for months, for a few months at least, and that's going to be your tuition. Some people come in guns blazing and they pay a lot of unnecessary tuition in making heavy, silly mistakes when others come in very cautiously and recognize they're not going to do well right off the bat. You've got to learn the ropes. You've got to learn what works, what doesn't work, and where the hot stoves are and learn not to touch them again, so to speak. So don't kick yourself for that because you'll start to get down, and you're no different than anybody else that's starting out in this game slash business slash casino. Will Brokerage Plus on First Connection ever pick up current trades in IB with limits and stops? Let's see if I can understand that, Alan. On the First Connection, ever pick up current trades? Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Will it mirror and match your current portfolio? It should. I'm assuming like if you, yeah, I'll go ahead and confirm that. But if you're long, AMD and Microsoft and X, and then you attach your Brokerage Plus account to it, not paper trading, but live trading, yes, you should see those positions there, and you should be able to manage them. I'm going to go ahead and confirm that because what I just said was kind of my understanding, but sometimes my understanding is not perfect. Hang on a second. All right, let's see what those guys tell me over there, and I'll move on. We'll come back to that. That was for Alan. Asia, how does not repeat affect alerts when using your own alert? It doesn't, Aja, because you've got a secondary setting in the trading instructions for auto trading and Brokerage Plus that pretty much defaults to say, don't trade this symbol again. So there's actually two, fail safe there to make sure that doesn't happen. But it won't even matter because if your strategy cloud that has that setting to not repeat goes over, it's not going to repeat anyway in the Brokerage Plus module. Okay, yes. So I'm hearing from the guys that yes, if you plug into Trader's Workstation for the very first time and connect with our Brokerage Plus, your positions should be in the window, and you should be able to manage them for equities only, no options and no futures. So that was for you, Alan. Okay, not repeat. We did that one. All right, Vladimir. Hi, Steve. Do you have any updates on the Swing AI? Hopefully, in the new year, it requires a lot of server architecture overhaul. How's that for 3 words that I put together? And I'm not even a developer, but that's my understanding. It's a completely different process. As it is now, Trade Ideas has what we call an overnight process, which takes care of everything. But in swing trading, that overnight process hits kind of a snag, so we've got to work around that. And it becomes a matter of priorities, but it is a strong priority, and we're moving towards it. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't happen in the next year. Swing trading on the AI. All right, how to rename or change the title on a topless window. Great question. It's a simple question, often answered for bat lights. So here is the A table Junior. If I want to change that name in any window, you just go to Configure. It's the Summary tab that you want. And there it is right there. So you can grab it and you can give that a new name. And from then on, your window bar will have the new name that you put in there. All right, how can I build a scanner that works in both regular session and pre-market? Yes, good question, Uzair. So let's do this. You're going to have to do two things. If you do a new alert window, let's just start from scratch. You're going to need two components. The first one is new high. That will give us the new highs during the day and the new lows. We got those. But we also need pre-market high. Pre-market high will give you both, or will give you pre-market, and regular high will give you that. So if you just want to look at new highs, not lows, new highs would be that one during the regular session, and pre-market will give you those. So if you launch those and then put your filter parameters in, remember in pre-market you can't use relative volume, and there's a couple other things that might throw off pre-market. So be very general and very simple with your pre-market filters, and you should be able to see new high in the pre-market using that. And there goes the VIX to highs, which means I'm betting the S&Ps are, they're just not having it here. Feeling real heavy here today. Now, I did want to mention something before I came on I thought I would talk about, and that is tax loss selling. If you are a swing trader and you're in some stocks, I don't really have any examples to pull up, but they've just been beaten up and they're kind of down for the year, chances are they're going to probably stay that way because the people that want to do their tax preparation and, moving things around to try and lessen their tax burden this year, they might offset some winners by selling some of their dogs and some of their losers. So don't expect some of the losers to just come to life here at the end of the year. They're probably going to be under some tremendous tax loss selling. Okay, so Uzair, hopefully that worked. You need the two events, pre-market high and regular high, and then you can put those both in the same window. Copper mining. Mac, I'm glad you brought that up because TGB, as I said earlier, is my biggest holding, and this is a copper mining company. Yes, I'm very much bullish on that. This one's been a strong one for a while. I've watched it kind of come and go. It was very strong back here. You see all that? And then they dropped a secondary right around here, and then I got out and just waited. Once it reestablished itself in this congestion period here, I got back in. And this was after a good move back here. So I'm hoping that we're going to move up and out of there. And I think this, it's holding up. I think it can go. We'll see. Okay, you got another one for me. DF Foreign Company, huh? Oops. Well, there's a bad tick in there. I can't really see that. And I don't play things under $1 typically. Back to you, Sam. Again, 3 to 4 months in, you're still learning a lot. I took me 6 months, and it took Andy 6 months. It took us both 6 months to start to feel like we knew what we were doing when the bell rang each day, what we were looking for, and what we wanted to focus our energy and how to do it. So 3 to 4 months is not unusual. Do you ever have an issue with Interactive Brokers allowing you to short? There is a lot of borrowers for stocks. It depends on the stock. Yeah. I haven't had many issues, Ali, but I tell you, I don't short a whole lot. It becomes a big issue for day traders who like to short that stuff that's pushed up a few days in a row, and then all of a sudden everybody wants to get a short borrow on it. That's where that kind of stuff can start to come into play. But I'm probably not qualified to answer that question because I don't really try to get a lot of shorts at IB. That might change if the market changes. All right, Jatinder. Recently I started having this issue with my connection going over 100 milliseconds frequently with my... let's look at mine over here. There's a 56 flash. It depends on how much over 100 milliseconds you're going, 32 milliseconds. Now remember, I live in the same city where our data center is. So occasionally I will look up and I'll see 80, 90, 100 milliseconds. I wouldn't get too caught up on what your milliseconds are showing. Everything's pretty darn fast. There's 91, or I'm almost at 100 there. So it fluctuates, and there's not much we can do about it, Jatinder, other than continue to build out our server farm if we see issues and the person that monitors all that network stuff. But no changes have been done to the desktop version. Any changes that would assist that would be, on our data center side and our server clusters. And if you're overseas, that's going to make it a bit harder to begin with. There's just not much we can do. How can count be added to a predefined scan? Count. If you have a scan like, let's see, I mean, this is just highs and lows, basically. And I actually have this turned on, I think. Count. Oh, wait a minute. How can it? Okay, so count is how many times a new high has come through. So let's go to this particular. Oh, you found it? Okay, good. So you would just go and you would just look for the count filter and then add the count filter. Or actually, you would add the count column. You want to make sure count is in there. The easiest way to add a column from the tab of search, I type in count. There it is. This is the one we're looking for. And then you highlight it and you say show column. That's going to bring that column in and it'll show you, hey, CDW just made 27 new lows. Something like that. Oh boy, there goes the VIX, which means the market is not looking for reasons to go higher and running out of them, apparently. And what happens is people like me who just feel like it's been so good, so strong the last couple of months, you need to have some insurance in your portfolio, because if you wake up tomorrow and we have a big gap down and just keep going quickly at the bell, it's no fun. Things happen quickly. Platforms lock up. But if you have a little insurance in there, it sure makes it easier. So that is why we see the VIX up so strongly today versus the S&P, which is essentially what they're buying. They're buying puts on the S&P. And the VXX, the VIX, measures that index. How many people are buying S&P puts versus buying S&P calls right now? It's pretty weighted to the put side. So this becomes a vehicle in which you can ride out, much like SDSs are the inverse of the SPY. You see the SPY looks like that, but the SDS is a mirror image. You can go long the SDS. So if the SPYs start to fall, the SDSs will rise at a pace of 2-to-1, ultra short, double short. Whereas the VIX is completely different. The VIX is looking at how many people are buying insurance on their portfolios, and there are a lot of people today that are buying insurance on their portfolios for whatever reason. All right, so Sam, you got that done. Uzair taken care of. Good. All right, so Dom. Yesterday I set up a simple consolidation alert. Set it to. I only have the following filters. Okay, price and volume today, relative volume, both today and yesterday only came through up with results. Let's take a look at what you're doing, the consolidation alert. So let's go and read about that, the consolidation alert, and how the value is created. You've got a value of 2. 2 is the highest quality, so that's what you put in there, it looks like. And again, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be reading off of, let's see what they say in terms of the time frame. Yeah, it's on average, the software recalculates every 15 minutes. So if you're expecting to see something that's like a 5-minute chart consolidation, this consolidation event is using more of a 15-minute time frame. Additionally, what you did is you told me you put a value of 2, and 2 to 10. Oh, 10 is the highest quality. Oh, I thought 2 was the highest quality. I would experiment with trying a different value. Maybe put a value of 5 in there. But it appears that this is kind of a 15-minute consolidation. So if you were expecting something different, a different time frame rather than looking at consolidations from a 15-minute time frame, then that might be where some of the confusion is. And the only thing we can really do there is just change the value in that quality window. Give it the opposite. Put an 8 or 7 in there and see what you get. That's probably the best thing I can do for you, Dom. Found it. Trade of the webinar. Yes, Trade of the Week webinar. There is none tonight. Mike will be back January, the first week in January, for all the afternoon webinars. And it only took 30 minutes, really, to kind of catch up to all of that. Not bad. That's another name I'm long. It's a small cap energy company. Okay, I see some questions coming in. Oh, the Dix and VIX stuff, the SDS. Okay, so here's our SPYs, S&P 500. The SPYs, the ETF, and this is what it looks like. We gapped up, sold off, back to flat, and we're selling back to fresh lows. SDS is what we call an ETF. SDS means, look, you see it's green. It's starting to pop up now. It's the exact opposite. Rather than short selling the SPY, SPY, you can buy SDS as an ETF. And let's look at something else. SPY is down 0.11% on the day. As I mentioned, SDS is a double. It should be up, but double that. And it's almost up double, 0.16. It probably tick up here to 0.2. But generally speaking, throughout the day, if the S&Ps are down 1%, the SDSs will be up 2%. SDSs are an ETF, electronically traded fund. Now, what I'm in is VIX, another ETF, but this tracks people buying options, and they're buying put options because they're scared. They call this the fear index, the VIX. As things start to sell and the emotion of the market and traders start to increase, you will see the VIX index start to creep higher. Look at what happened when we fell out of bed back in February. Remember when we realized COVID was going to be a big deal and we should start to pay attention to this? Look at what the VIX did. It went from 15 odd up to about 80. That will scare people. And then over time, it just has a way of kind of correcting. So as you can see, we have these momentary blips of fear in the market, and people rush to buy what's called insurance in the S&P by way of buying calls. So we're seeing possibly the beginnings here. Look at this. This is rather interesting. I mean, people have been buying insurance down here at this level solidly for the last month, even though the S&P and the NASDAQ continues to go to high. So this is just one of the things that I look at. And hopefully that kind of cleared it up a little bit when you said I lost you on the Dixes and the VIXes stuff. Okay, so Dom, that's it. You're trading way too fast on a 1 minute time frame. So yeah, exactly. So those, let me just give you a little trick here. When you look at the events, all of our events are the green and the reds, and those are things that are basically a hard-coded algorithm that says, show me when that happens. And not all the time frames are there. I mean, we try. I mean, here's some consolidation stuff where we've tried to do some consolidation breakout, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 and 30, but we can't hit everything. And so in the 1 minute time frame, it's a very noisy time frame. And I don't really know how I would recommend trying to create 1 minute consolidation. There are other ones called NR7s. Why don't you look at this one? Okay, you could even come in and click NR, which means narrow range, and we've got usually about 7 candles that are creating a narrowing range. And so on this one, we do have a breakdown, and we have your favorite 1 minute. So give that one a try. Okay, it's called the NR7 1 minute. See if that might start bringing things up that you want to look at. Here's glue going to lows. This is just not helping. Okay, relative volume value of 5,000 seems high. Oh, okay, I didn't catch that. Let me just see. If Dominic's using Dom, if you're using a setting of relative volume, okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Mike C, because I kind of stopped after the volume today. Relative volume. Let's talk about relative volume, because you might be misusing that filter. Let's use, I'll just bring it up here. Relative volume. I don't have it used in this particular scan, but relative volume is not a percentage. If you'll notice, it's a ratio. And so 1.0 is going to show you stocks that are just happy-go-lucky, doing their thing. Based on 10 days of database for that symbol, we can determine what is the current relative volume at 12:35 Eastern for stock XYZ. Stock XYZ is normally doing 500,000 shares by 12:35 p.m. We're going to call that 1.0 because that's what it's normally doing at this time of day. If stock XYZ has done 1,000,000 shares at 12:35 Eastern, we're going to call that a relative volume of 2.0. So Mike may have caught that correctly there. The crowd may have caught that, Dom, and you want to pull that back to a ratio and, maybe put a minimum of 1 in there. Try that. Maybe try a minimum of 2, then 3, and you might start getting more than you actually anticipated. So that's another option for you. Yes, good eyes there on that, Mike. You guys keep talking about WB. I assume this is the one you're talking about. If so, let me just point out the fact that I love using my 10-minute, my 15-minute, 10 simple moving average. Notice yesterday when WB was under pressure, where did the sellers jump back in? At the 10. At the 10. On the close, couldn't get above the 10. Well, all of a sudden today, the sellers have lifted, and there seems to be a buoyancy to the stock. Where did the buyers jump in? Roughly at the 10. So this is why I use that, and only that pretty much, and try and keep it as simple as possible. And it only works when stocks are in motion and things are moving with momentum. It's the momentum line, a 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. Okay, and Tender, why does my B plus keep telling me sometimes that the user has exceeded minimum limit order, even if I only have one order in the sim? You have exceeded minimum limit order. I am not sure. I have not heard that one. And you're connected to the simulation mode of trade ideas or the simulation mode of or the paper mode of interactive brokers. Exceeded minimum limit order. Yeah. Let me ask what the guys see on that. Yeah, the 9 for Rada 9 EMA is so close. Yeah, I mean it's close enough to where it works. 10 SMA, 9 EMA. I mean, you're splitting hairs when you get that close. Minimum limit count. Minimum limit count. Let me type that again. Minimum limit count. And that's an error that you're getting in the sim mode. And is it an order rejection? So you're trying to send an order and you're getting a rejection and it's saying minimum limit count. I'll see what the guys have to say about that because I'm not sure. And of course, nobody's replying to me. All right, let's see here. I'm typing more of your information there. You have to shut down and restart. Yeah, I will let you know if I see something back from them. Sorry, guys, I've got a couple of different chats going there. Do we do the FTSE in other markets? No, Grant. We just do U.S. equities and some Canadian. So no foreign markets. User has exceeded maximum live order count. You know, I'm suspecting, Jatinder, that you may need to have your account reset. Need SIM account reset? I'm going to ask them. User has exceeded maximum live order count. And you're connected to the trade ideas simulation, not interactive brokerage, right? Okay, yeah, I'll let them know that. Yeah, I guess that would be the case too. If your money threshold, that's not the issue. Um, is it possible that if you're trying to auto trade an algorithm, is it possible that it's just spitting out way too many events, way too many triggers? It's possible that you're flooding the system, is what they're saying. That could be the case. It just might be sending too many orders at once. There goes the VIX to highs again, isn't it? Oh boy, here we go. I am so glad I bought that insurance for my mother's account this morning. Okay, then that's going to be the reason. It's not really designed for that many orders and that much activity. You might need to pare it back. Yeah, that'll do it. Where can I see a list of stocks that are doing good? Like, oh, a list of futures. Well, again, the VIX isn't a future. The VIX is an ETF. So we don't necessarily have futures. We don't have futures at all. No futures data here. But ETF data, we do have that. How bad is it getting over here? I just need the mining stocks to hold up if the market tanks. That's all. That's all I'm asking. All right, guys, I will be with you for probably another 10 minutes at the most. So if somebody was kind of holding out, hanging out, waiting for a question to ask, now's a good time because I'm only going to be here another 10 minutes. I'm busy over here trying to put a golf game together for tomorrow with the other guys at Trade Ideas. We're trying to figure out where we're going to play, how I'm going to get there. Good stuff. End of the year stuff. I'll go visit the golf gods tomorrow. Yeah, we don't have any futures data. Sorry, Jatinder. All right, I missed rods. No volume, but thought on this on low float swing. Sam G. My thoughts on Sam G. Not bad. I'll tell you what I do like about it. You know, yes, you're correct. The volume is low. The float is very low at 8 million. It's only done 33,000 today. It's not really a trading vehicle. But when you pull back and look at what's happening on the daily, it's not bad at all. You got all your moving averages fanned out. Broke the 10, but as it often does, I've talked about using that red 20 period moving average as a backstop. The backstop has held, so that's important. I'm trying to get the backstop of CDE to hold, not the backstop, but the actual 10 period itself. And you can see it held this day and yesterday, and it's trying to hold today. Maybe if the market gets weak, people start to buy gold and silver. I don't know. I like to make my buy and sell decisions. Do I stay in? Do I get out? When I do that in the morning or in the middle of the day, I often regret it. As a swing trader, I like to make that decision. Do I stay in or do I get out? At the end of the day, how is the candle actually looking like it's going to close today? Because everything else is noise and head fakes and disinfo during the day. Oh, Mike, if you only knew the refreshments involved. How to find a query for stock that did double bottom or bullish engulfing. Okay, two of them. There's two different ways. Before I get to that, I'll just tell you, the heartbeat filter is really nothing. There's no reason to use it. It was there before we created the T window, the top list. The top list have taken the place of the heartbeat. You don't want to use the heartbeat for anything. It's just a placeholder. Now for double bottoms or bullish engulfing, I'm going to bring up a scan that I already have. It's called Bullish Daily Candlesticks. This is an interesting scan because it is a multi-strategy, and I believe, let's see if I can find bullish engulfing. I'm going to go to configure new strategy. I go to the symbol list here, and it's under daily. Daily. Okay, under this daily menu here, you can see I've already got a couple of them enabled, but we do have one called, it should be called bullish engulfing. There it is, bullish engulfing. Grabbed it, highlighted it, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, now it's going to be a new hide. Let me just see what I'm doing here. This is a scan we've talked about before. It's a little goofy. Let's see if I can dial it up correctly here. No, I'm probably confusing you, but I can. The point is, I can give you the scan once I have it. Bullish engulfing. Okay, there it is. Bullish engulfing. Okay. Bullish engulfing. And the alert is going to be a new high. And it's pulling from the bullish engulfing list that comes out each morning. And we're going to see new highs made in that list. Okay. There it is, bullish engulfing, and we're going to paint it. We will call it, we'll call it dark green, like that. There, it showed up right there anyway. So EDN was the last bullish engulfing. Now, I want to call your attention to the fact that, let's see if we can find some more. It's only going to look at yesterday's candle coming into today. And today it's making new highs, but it came into today with a bullish engulfing candle. I need to enable it. There we go. Let's run the history again. See if I can find a couple. EDN was the last one that came through. Was there another one in there? Bullish engulfing, it is in there. Real time. Here we go. BHL. So you can custom tailor these with more filters. There's no volume filters in here. There's that EDN again. You can see there's a good one, that HCADF, big engulfing candle yesterday. So let me give you this as it is rather than expect you to try and recreate all that crazy stuff I just did. I can share this with you and give it to you. Okay. And as far as the double bottom one, we don't have that in that lineup. Double bottoms are going to basically kind of have to be done. Okay, they're going to have to be done in the 15-minute time frame. So if I go in and I type double bottom, there we go. Notice you can do hours of trading. So if I want to see a double bottom over the last 3 days, I might put in 18 hours or 12 hours for 2 days. And that's how you would create an alert. And that's the closest we can do. On the daily chart, they just don't really translate as well. And I see the market is starting to fall out of bed a little bit. Who knows where we go from here? You do get a history on the top list road, but you only can go back 5 minutes. So time frame, use historical date. It's going to give me a 5-minute snapshot of what Monday at 12:53 looked like, and that's what it looked like yesterday. Okay, so you can dial in the historical time frame that you want, but it's a 5-minute snapshot. Anything that came through that scan during that 5-minute snapshot will show up in that history scan. All right, I think I caught up. A couple minutes away from telling Barry to come back in the room, so last call here. Just set the same filters up in an A list. And hi, everyone. Rodax just set the same filters up in an A list and backtest. I'm not sure I understand that one. Sorry. Yeah. PDD is a whippy monster. Let's take a look at that before I head out. Hey, yeah, it's not bad. Really good volume, relative volume, but look at the important thing. The momentum is still intact using my simple 10-period moving average. All right, guys, I think with that, I'm going to let Barry know to come on back in, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay, guys, I'm going to take off. I'll talk to you next time. Bye bye.
Yeah, the 15 and the 30, yes. And if I only had one, it'd be the 30. All right, guys. Well, here's a little cheap one, SIFI. I did see this one, I think, in the pre-market briefly. SIFY. I haven't seen this for a while. Used to be a fair. Well, I remember this month here. What did it get up to? Only $3. I do remember it a little bit. This is out of. Well, there's a flag I'm not 100% sure of. India. Well, there's the India. I should know that. So this is a company that is out of India. Now, if you're wondering about these flags, this is only available right now in this development version that I'm on. In fact, the marketing meeting that will be at 2 o'clock, I'll ask the question when it'll be available. It's kind of cool. And instead of having to click on the profile, see exactly where a company is from. What do I think of Jivo as a short candidate? Let's take a look at Jivo. First of all, can I short it? Not much. I can't short it. But if you can short it, yeah, I mean, obviously better up here, somehow up in this area. I can't short this though. I mean, to me, I don't know if you can short it. I don't know who your broker is, but it's just a little late. There was a. I mean, maybe it's not that late. I mean, I'm looking here at that 2 minute on the 2 minute chart, the 8 EMA, so it broke down at 475. But it's to me, it's chopping a little too much anyway. Okay, so can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed, or is Steve still there? I think he's out. Okay. So Asia, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. So Okay, so I'm not sure I know what you mean. I thought you asked that question. I thought I saw the question up ahead. Did he not answer? You might want to, you know what? You might want to go to the homepage and ask that question. Okay, see if Michael is there. I'm not sure how to interpret what you're saying. And it might be just a very, very simple. Okay. Oops. Yeah, so we don't, Manel, hopefully at some time in the near distant future, we'll have EMAs, but we don't have, yes, you can add EMAs on the charts, but we don't have we don't have an alert for the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. Actually, so, oh, I see. You're looking at the, no, we don't have EMAs at all, so. You can put that up on the chart. You can have the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA if that's what you want. What I'm using is the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, but you can do those on the chart, but you cannot create alerts for them. I don't know if it has any more gas in the tank. I mean, it looks like it's kind of resting a bit here, but you know, I guess if it takes out that high, I mean, it has obviously it has room. There's no question it has room. You know that the week that it was traded, the week it got up to 770 or so. Yeah, yeah, we don't have the 9. Okay, just to give you an idea of what we do have, you click on an alert window and search, and I'm going to type in SMA. So here are the crosses that we have. You know, the 5, 8 on the 4-minute chart, things like that. But you'll notice we do not have the 9. Okay, so we do have the 8 crossing the 20, but we do not have the 9. And here are the different time frames, okay? All right, guys, it is now time for me to do, wow, a little bit late. I got to do my video now, so okay, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How are the alerts conveyed? I mean, it's, you know, you just set up the alert. I mean, this is it is an alert. So you'll get a real-time alert on the cross. I'm not sure I understand the question. How are they conveyed? You just set up, you know, you can set up an alert window, other filters. You might want to have a price range, a minimum volume, things like that. And then you just pick the alert. These are alerts. And you'll get, you know, it'll show up in the alert window when it happens. All right, guys, I do have to do my video now, so I'm gonna put myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. And just kind of watching what this market is doing. Not too much right now, just in kind of a holding pattern. Absolutely, you can see the 20 lessons. You don't have to download. Well, you can't download Trade Ideas Pro. No, you need a subscription. But you can see the 20 lessons. Okay, I mean you can download the 20 short lessons, but in order to see. Hello, Adrian. Yes, okay. I don't use that one, but okay. Let me bring it up. I don't know what I'm going to be able to add for you, but let's just say 25% trade. Okay, from the now. Okay, so there's the 25. The last one? No, you mean this one? The 25% pullback from highs? That one? Okay. So if you're going to ask me about it, you know what? I'll be honest. I've never used it, but if you click on help, you highlight it and click on help. This will give you as much information as I could possibly give you. Okay. If that's what you're asking, if you're asking me to explain it, excuse me, sorry guys. If you're asking me to explain it, I've never used it, but I would go to the help and read what it says about them. No, oh no, I don't know the actual formula. Well, I mean, it might say there. I mean, I don't know what the actual formula is. If you go to the help, just take a look at it. I mean, it talks about the highs and the pullback from the highs. So, but no, I don't know the actual formula behind it, but I think it's pretty well explained in the help. Yeah, so just read what it says, and then there's more filtering options. I see. See what I'm saying here? So here's the explanation, and then there's more filtering options listed, and you click on the below. That's a link. So I cannot expand on anything more than this. If you've already read that, sorry. So it is not clear. Okay, yeah, It's funny. It's one of the ones I've never used since I became a subscriber in 2010. I've never used that one. Never even thought about trying it. If you think it's too unpredictable, then maybe you shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't be. You know what? We've got a lot of filters and alerts, more than filters, but a lot of alerts that I think are. You know, we probably should do some cleaning up. No, the formula is not available. No. Well, if that's the case, you'd have to info at, make a request. But you know what? I'm going to say it like this, and don't take it the wrong way, but don't hold your breath for something like that, because we haven't created any new customs for a long, long time. Okay, and you're the first to actually ask about that one. I mean, I'm not saying other people aren't interested, but you're actually the first that has asked about that one. But you can always try. You can, say you're looking for some kind of a custom formula for this. We don't have the data points. The other thing too is that custom formulas are filters. They are not alerts. So you're asking for some kind of a new alert. I just don't see it coming, Adrian. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm trying to answer this question. This is from YouTube. On the Trade Ideas Pro, I cannot see the exact same platform. Well, this is my layout. I mean, this is my layout. So I mean, I can share. I can give you a link for my layout. And it'll be very, very similar to what you're seeing. Okay. But if you have a layout up and running and you've created a layout already, make sure you save that layout to the cloud. All right. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced if you load my layout. You know what, Yedu? Why don't you wait, okay? Because I know there. Let me see. I don't think it's live right now. We are going to have another 25% tomorrow. So why don't you wait? Okay, come into the room tomorrow, and I'll be able to give you. I have the code, but it is not active yet. I don't think. I'm just gonna try. Let me just see if it is active. I don't think it is, but well, they made it really convoluted this time. Lots of room for error typing this one in. Yeah, I don't see any point in delaying it. It's supposed to be active tomorrow, but I see it's active right now. So, yeah, come back into the room tomorrow, okay? I don't want to, incur the wrath of the marketing department, okay? Yeah, I shared it. Okay, I shared it right. Maybe you didn't see. There's your question. There's the link right there, and then you ask the question again. There's the link right there, right underneath you. Okay. Now, can you guys see my links? We had an issue before. Can you see what I'm posting in YouTube? We had an issue before where, for some reason in the afternoon, you guys couldn't see my posts. So, okay, you can see them. Okay. No, I'm not that type of a trader, Adrian. In terms of dojis and hammers and things like that, I've really never even tried. Maybe somebody in the room has with dojis and hammer alerts, but I haven't. And there is no topic. Wow, look at GCI, guys. This has been I haven't been able to trade very much, but this has been a nice steady short, and that's what you get sometimes. When you have 129 million in the float, you don't get the craziness. Yeah, I mean, as far as the topping tail is concerned, I mean, I think that there might be something. Let me just see if I type in tail. Yeah, so we have bottoming tails, and I think you can kind of, yeah, but this is a pattern, which you have a few in a row, and then a percent. I haven't used these. You'd have to, so if you just type in tail and highlight one of them and click on the help and see what this percent means. It may be that you can specify the body. You know what? We've got a green bar ignored on IMMR. IMMR, green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So if you're familiar with this pattern, you've got a couple of red bars ahead. You have that green bar totally engulfed by that previous green candle. The next candle is red, and it's crossing down underneath that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. This can signify a potential short setup. So when you say you can't copy the link, I don't know what happens when you don't have to copy, you just have to click on the link. You just click on the link. You don't copy it. You just click on the, so if you click on it, I'll do it in the other room. Yeah, see, the reason I don't want to click on it is because it's a layout, but you just, well, it's okay, I can do it. You click on the link and it should show up in another tab. Okay, browser tab, and then you just copy it. Copy the link. So you don't copy the link, like the whole thing. You just click on the link. It should show up, and then you copy it, and then from your toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and I didn't copy it. If I copied it correctly, Control C. I'll do it again. Oh, so link appears. I'm going to highlight it. Control C, copy, file, load from cloud, and see it appears in this box here. If you've done it correctly, and then you load. Now I'm not going to because it's a layout. I don't want to replace my layout. But that's the way to any link that you want to have loaded to your system. That's what you do. I don't know what you're doing then because I know I've shared it with other people and they've got my layout. So okay, let me see if I can try something. It's a layout, you see, so I don't really want to, but let me just see. Make sure it is not a bad link. All right. Let me. Oh, it works. Okay, good. There you go. Yeah, so are you talking about my layout? Okay, so give me a moment. Okay, so there it is. Remember, it's a layout. So I know I know I repeat myself many, 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 many times, but just to, so if you have a layout already that you've developed, and if you haven't saved it, save it. Number one, okay. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire, give it a name, and save it. You can also save it to your computer. File, save layout, and give it a name and save it. Because when you load my layout, your layout will disappear, which is, again, it's okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Oh, I see, Adrian. Yeah. If you want, you can, again, info@trade-ideas.com. You can ask that question. I just don't have the answer to that. Boy, oh boy, guys. GCI, what a. Just. Hardly gets better than this. I mean, look at this. I mean, hardly any whippiness at all, even on the 2-minute chart. I mean, look at the 5. Straight down, a little bit of a base, down. Okay, so let me answer your, Samed. What I would, well, if you signed up yesterday, you should have used the Happy Holly 25% code. But if you contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com, oh, I see. What time did you try? Because it was 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're in the West Coast, as an example, and you tried at 10 at night, it was it was over. Yeah, no, it was over. So contact Kelly, okay, and give her your email that you signed up for, because the promo is going to be good tomorrow. All right, and I'm sure we're pretty good about this stuff, and I'm sure she'll help you. Okay, just make sure you give her the email address that you used to sign up, so she can locate your account. Okay. No problem. Jeez. Guys, I have to get on my soapbox a little bit here, but I find it incredible how brave people can be behind a pseudonym. So, we have people now complaining about the trade of the week. All right. We had about 8 previous great trades of the week. You know, it's not easy to come up with one stock every week. And if you look at the track record, actually since April, they have been stellar. So yeah, did this one work? It looks like it could get stopped out. It happens. But when you get people who are just scream and yell about it and also claim they lost a ton of money, you should never be losing a ton of money. The amount of money you lose should be your managed loss, just like any other trade. So if you got into that trade at 9.80 and the stop's at 9, that's an 80-cent stop. And let's just, I'll make up some numbers if you're, wanting to risk, $80 on the trade, you can take 1,000 shares, right? 80 cents. I'm sorry, that would be $800, but you get my drift. So, I mean, you have to know if you're willing to risk $200 on the trade, you take the difference between your entry, 9.80, and the stop, which is 80 cents. Divide that into that amount that you're willing to risk, and that'll tell you how many shares you get. Okay? And, I really... And these people who come out of the woodwork, where were they on the 8 previous ones that were great? So anyway, sorry, that's my soapbox. The font size in the chat room. Okay, let's see how you can do that. It's probably got a gear here. There we go. Okay, so if you find that gear that I just clicked on, right here, that gear right there, and right there's a font size. That's a font size icon, okay? If you can see where I'm pointing at. So there's the palette, and then this one, and then that one. So 2 left of the palette. Okay, JBooks, JB Books. Well, it's not even me I'm talking about. I'm talking about Steve Gomez, who comes up with the trades of the week. It's not, I'm just speaking almost on his behalf. It's not, we talked about the trade of the week yesterday, and, I didn't take it yesterday. I usually wait. I usually wait a little bit. It was over the trigger, and then if you guys were in the room yesterday, I'd put my alert back at 9.80. Said, okay, if it gets back there, I'll probably take the trade. I took it in the simulator, but no, I'm more trying to defend Steve on this, not necessarily myself. I'm just going to say it one more time. If you think it's easy to come up with one stock to pick, I have a tough time. I try to come up with these, these watch lists every night. I mean, it's not. When I say it's not easy, I know what I'm doing in order to create it. But do they all work? Of course not. And I do my best to come up with a watch list that could have some. Something that happens the next day, but I don't know what's going to happen to the market the next day, and the watch list has already been created. Sometimes you get into something, and then all of a sudden the market does this, 4 hours or 1 hour straight down. You can't control that. Oh shoot! What is the name of it? Cam knows. Cam, are you in the room? I'm not sure even how. I haven't looked at this so long now. I'm not even sure how I know how to bring it up. Cam, I know you're in the room. You're in the room, right? You must. I gave you the name of the TradingView linear regression. Exactly, and it's free. It's free. Font control is not working in the detached chat. Interesting. Is that true, guys? When you detach the chat, the font control is not working? I don't know. I've never tried it, of course, but yeah. But he's asking which one am I using? I mean, it's possible it is that one. I know Cam. I gave Cam the one. It was so long ago. I'm not even sure how I know what the name of it is. I know it's crazy, but I'm sure if I hover over something, it might pop up. There you go. Thank you, Cam. So type LRTC. Okay, Kaiser, type LRTC in your search, and that should bring it up. Thank you very much. Okay, then control scrolling. Yeah, how about that? That's the easy way. Yeah, just control key down on your keyboard and then do this. I'm sure that'll work too, or the plus sign, or I mean that's typically the way the universal way. Well, yeah. I mean, look. I mean it. But I mean, listen. It still hasn't been stopped out. You never know. I mean, it could come right back. Never know. But right now. But the market is doing its thing. This is kind of doing its thing. It had a lot of promise though. If it could have got through that 10 area a little bit better, had a lot of promise, and that's why he picked it. Oh man, so this was another, I mean, another excellent short opportunity for that IMMR also. I mean, just an excellent. So I know a lot of people don't like to short, guys, but when you get a market like this, that is sort of in a downtrend. I mean, it's flattened out a bit now. I mean, I wouldn't be racing into short tops necessarily as it's flattened out. But I mean, you get opportunity even when the market is moving high. But you get a lot of opportunities like this sort of a pattern. Where you have it just completely up, breaks through a channel, pauses. Why I really like this one is because it was getting closer and closer to that whole number. And I always feel that stocks that get very close to that magic four or magic number, the whole number, they can pause there. Now this worked out a lot more than I thought it would. I thought maybe it might stall right there. A little bit of support on the 2-minute chart for GCI at 350, but not really. I mean, it just kind of held that area for a bit and then boom. And these are great percentage moves. Okay, John, I think I can help you. I'm just going to answer somebody in the other room. GRNQ, I know that was a big flyer, yesterday or the day before? Yesterday, yeah. Yeah, I always get very nervous about a stock that does something like this. It gets all the way up to 273 and then it trades right off. Okay. Now, I don't remember, was there some news on this one yesterday? I can't even remember. Yeah, that's right. This is a Bitcoin play. So it's a Bitcoin play. It's a Bitcoin play. Bitcoin right now, GPTC, it's picking up, it's coming back. So maybe that win. I think it's going to probably follow Bitcoin as that. So that's what I'd be tracking. I mean, Bitcoin has certainly had a nice on the 2-minute and even the 15-minute. So maybe it'll come back. I think this is this press release yesterday. I mean, they're trying to capitalize, of course, on what's happening with Bitcoin, and so it worked for a while. But I think Bitcoin sold off, and again, it's looking very much like GBTC. So I think that's what you have to keep your eye on. Okay, so John, and this is for other people, okay? Also, anybody with multiple monitors, what time is it? 1:51. Okay, I do have the meeting at 2. So anybody with multiple monitors, you might want to pay attention to this. So I have 3 monitors. And the monitor that I'm sharing, obviously that is what I shouldn't say obviously, but this is my main monitor. This is what I designate as being my main monitor. So what I do is I took my toolbar up in the upper left-hand corner of that main monitor, just like I've got it here. I arrange all my windows, all my trader windows as I want them on my main monitor. And then I do have other trade ideas windows on other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. Okay? So just arrange all of your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Once you've done that, go on Tools, Options, Layouts. So from the toolbar, Tools, Options, Layouts, and then you see where it says Open relative to main window. Check that. And then save it. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day so it remembers that you did that. When you shut down trade ideas and then when you reload trade ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Thursday is a trading day, yes. Unfortunately, it is. It's a whole day. Now, John, the thing about the channels is a little bit different. When you, yeah, that's a little bit different. You're talking about the channel bar. I don't know why it would be jumping. I think, you can keep it in your main, as long as your toolbar is in the window where you want your channels, it shouldn't jump to another monitor. Now that I'm sort of reading your question a little more thoroughly. Did PDD have earnings? When? Not today. Okay, guys, I'm just wanting to see if there is a marketing meeting today. Ah, okay, there is no marketing meeting. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, if you stick around right to the end, I'm gonna give out the promo code. Yeah, I'll thank Cam. Absolutely. Okay. Hungry little person beside me. Just a minute. All right. Guys, this MTNB may be getting a little frisky here. Took a while for it to get rolling. I was actually interested in this one. Some volume has come in. MTNB. I'm not, it's almost at the high. The high was 115. This will show up in this window if it hits 115. And it showed up on my price alerts. Excuse me. And when you look left, yeah, the only issue, that's right, I remember now. The only issue is that 3 weeks ago the high was 125, so it's probably a little bit too close. I mean, anything can happen. If it really pops through that, then you look left and you've got a lot of room on a percentage basis. Well, the thing with GRNQ, as I kind of went over before. I mean, if people are convinced this is going to be a true Bitcoin play, Johnny come lately Bitcoin play, to me, you'd have to be following what Bitcoin is doing. If you want to short this one, you better be watching, in my opinion, what GBTC is doing. So you'd have to, in my opinion, you'd have to have both charts side by side, thumbnail, and see how GBTC is doing. Okay, I mean, it looks like it's almost mirroring it. Though, listen, I hate to say this is, going to completely mirror Bitcoin. I mean, this is a press release yesterday saying this is what we're doing. We're going to get involved in crypto or something like that. So, this is not like this is a crypto play that's been around for a while. But, I mean, it's investor sentiment, and what do they think about this if it truly is a crypto play? So you better be watching GBTC at the same time. Also, it's not shortable for me. Yeah, I don't have any. I have no shorts available for myself at Interactive Brokers. Just checking some of these early alerts. Yeah, I didn't think anything was going to be coming of these because just the way the market is, even though these are small and sometimes they'll just trade on their own, but definitely not today. Look at the market. Look how flat it is now. Check out this 15-minute chart. Look at this. Look how flat it is. You see, the Qs have actually come back a little bit. Little bit of a rally with the Qs. It's still negative, but a little bit of a rally. Well, this is definitely snoozing here. I mean, usually we get a few more, even though the market is flattened out and it's a little bit down, usually we get a few more of these basic new highs coming in, but yeah, man, what a great stock this has turned out to be, this PDD. Look at this, $37 back in earlier this year. And this is nothing, this is really, I mean, this is pandemic right here, but not really. I mean, this had been doing nothing. When do they have earnings? Maybe this week here? Probably this week, maybe. TCCO, what are you doing? TCCO is trying to crawl off the bottom here. I mean, it's still up 81%. But remember, this hit $18 in the pre-market. So the same thing holds. We talk about the cross down, but I mean the same thing holds on these sort of the cross up. So this is crossing over. This is not a cross. I'm sorry. This is just a break of the 8 EMA on the upside right there. There's the 8 EMA, that orange line on the 15-minute chart. It broke it here at 6:04. So it's not just about crosses, it's also about breaks of the 8 EMA on the different time frames you can kind of pay attention to. So that was a pretty good bounce alert for Canada Goose. There, you just sort of see that blue candle right there. That's where the alert happened. And he had a couple of bottoming tails here on that 15-minute chart, and then look what happened afterwards. So this is what I'm saying right here. There's the alert. Okay, that doesn't make any. Oh, I know what's happened. I've shrunk the price. I'm going to say, what was the price? Here we go. So at 29.12, you had the alert to start watching. What did it do? So, 29.12, it only got down to 29.08 before it started to move. So again, this is, just the bouncers, toppers, guys. I mean, it's one of the ones that I'm sharing. That's why it's called shared. And I'm actually a little bit surprised because, I mean, the market really didn't move that much in the 15-minute candles, and yet Goose did a pretty good job. Look what it did. Look what the market did. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just rearranging something on my other monitor. That's my term. My alerts have dried up. I thought I patented that. Toda, okay, or Tata. All you have to do is go to my homepage. You know what, I think I'm going to get the developer. I hardly use these anymore. I used to use these all the time. Subscriptions, scans, links. Don't do it anymore. Should probably just rename one of these Barry's homepage. But here we go. So just click on my home page. Scans that I share right here. Click here, and there they are, bouncers, toppers. Yeah, I didn't like the fact that this had that high is fairly close. In fact, you can just see. Take a look at the MTNB on that weekly chart. You get a really good idea about what I talk about all the time. Look at the high right there. Is 125, and that's only 3 weeks ago. But if you go back a few, back in February, what's the high? 121. What's the high? 121. The week before. So you've got this. You got that high there, and these two highs there. They're almost the same price, and so it really has to get through that. There's the next high over here is 136, but it's a little more slanted. And then, if we get the magic of really popping through here, then you get, maybe just getting close to the 2 level. Yeah, Sarah, that is one of my ones that I usually shy away from. I should never say always. And I see it's having a pop, and I was asked a question, what do I think of my size? This typically does a lot like this, especially in the pre-market. You see, some news, it pops up, and then it does nothing all day. It just fades. Now, will this maintain? Yeah, it's possible, I guess. I've just seen this too many times with this stock. It's a very low float, 6.7 million in the float. Sorry, guys. So that's my opinion of it. I'm always doubtful that this will hold. I know the news they had might have been this day or this day. I think it was this day, and they claimed that they made some advances in the way I think this is to do with shoes, right? Anyway, well, apparel and shoes, I think, a way in which you could better indicate your size. I don't know, something like that. But, the same thing, it got up to 136, and it closed down here. Next day, really nothing. But, listen, at one point, maybe it's going to break out. I've just seen this too many times with this stock. Maybe today I'll be wrong and it'll just keep going. I'd be inclined to short this. I actually have shorts available. Want to see what happens here. Came from 129. OXBR. No data? Yeah, I don't know why. Hopefully that's not. Yeah, I have no idea why. From time to time I see that, but I don't know why. I don't see any I see no recent data anyway for it. Yeah, I mean, there's looking at Interactive Brokers. There's nothing on that either. I mean, a bunch of filings back in September, October, but no news. Okay, so I could PT. I don't know if you've watched this video, but I recommend that before you do anything, you watch this video. A lot of and more questions you may have. I don't know if you watched the video. And this is all to do with Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, because you can pick. You can, for instance, here. You know, you can set up. I don't know what the default is. I'm surprised it would be 5,000, but you can set up your own buying and shorting using, you know, I'm risking $100 for the trade, or you can go 1,000. You know, you can do a lot of different things. My recommendation always is to use the amount that you're willing to lose per trade, and then set a stop based on that. As opposed to, you know, like $5,000 a trade. Well, it will pick a random number of shares because it's based on a stop. Okay, I mean, it's never going to be the same. It can't be the same number. Let me just show you. I mean, I don't often do this, but just for you. Okay, so in the position sizing, you know, if you choose based on the stop loss, number one, so it'd be fixed dollars you're going to risk, and then it's going to be based on the stop loss, and you go to risk management, and then you have to, you know, pick how you're going to stop. It could be maybe a smart stop, or, you know, we have, you know, they're not all available. I wish they would get rid of all the ones that aren't available. But, you know, maybe if you want to, you know, maybe use our smart stop. And that's why it's not random, because what's happening, it's taking where that stop is, subtract the difference between your entry price and the stop, and then it's dividing that into, say, $100. Your fixed dollar is $100, okay? If you're risking $100 on the trade. So it is taking the entry minus the stop, whatever that number turns out to be, and it divides into 100. That's why it looks like it's a random number, but it is not. Now, you know, if you were, so you're trading live then, you know, I mean, I would, you know, make sure. Have you run the simulator first before you do all that? Okay. Yeah, the Smart Stop is it takes into account the high and the low of the day and the volatility of the stock, and it takes those numbers and it feeds it into the system, and it comes up with a stop, a smart stop. Okay? So it is kind of a proprietary thing. So I mean, it'll change all day. You know, you may look at a smart stop at a certain time, and then that smart stop can change. You know, and it's the smart stop is always, it's not a number. Well, let me show you. So that, I mean, if you took this trade in theory, not that I'd ever do that, and it's a guide. It's only 3 cents away. So you take this trade, your stop is at $2. Right there. Well, okay, this must be old. I'd have to click on the alert as it happened. But what I'm saying is that smart stop will change because, of course, the high and the low of the day and the volatility will change during the day. It's a guide. That's all it is. I wouldn't 100% follow it. It's a guide. I mean, would I put a 3 cent stop on a stock? No. What do I think about RMG? Well, I know it was flying for for a while, but it's now like a lot of the SPACs. I mean, a lot of the SPACs are getting beaten up. I'm assuming this is still, yeah, it's still a SPAC. So, a lot of the SPACs are getting beaten up a bit. So I'm not sure what to make of it right now. I mean, it had a great run. Even yesterday, it got up the high here at 39, but then it closed way down here at 31, and it's continuing down. Is this pure profit taking? I mean, remember from where it came. $10, about 5-6 weeks ago. So, it does change to Romeo. So it is, they're doing the deal. Yeah, I mean, listen, it doesn't mean that it's not going to do something tomorrow. My guess, I don't even want to say it. Well, you just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. So it is tomorrow. Okay. Personally, I won't be holding my IPOC. I think it happens on the 8th or 6th or 8th. I will make sure. I won't hold it through that date. If I want to get in afterwards, I will. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything happening? No. There's the MYSZ. I did not short it. I did not do it, but I'm always doubtful about this one. High of year for bingo. Really, high of year. Yep. Well, not quite. Because I position in year range is right there, so it's still a little light. There's still a little bit of white on the side here, so it's close. And good eve to you, Thomas. You just put a price alert. So the question was, what alert will I use to ensure that it catches before? Well, there is nothing. Okay, I won't take it until it breaks past that resistance. Okay, so what you can do, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put you could put a price alert as it approaches. So I could put a price alert, say at 121. So as it approaches, and I'll get notified of it, and then I can see what it does. See if it looks like it's really going to race through it. Okay? I'm talking to somebody asked me in the YouTube feed, what alert are you using to ensure, there's no such thing as ensuring, but to catch it before it breaks past that resistance. So you can just put a price alert, just before that resistance and see what happens if you get the alert. I will not take the trade unless it breaks through it though. I don't discuss options at all. I don't trade options, JT. And as far as what you should be watching, well, I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, and we talk about ideas all day long. So there's not one or two things. I don't know what sort of a trader you are. I don't know if you're an experienced trader. When you say a newbie, you mean like literally new to trading? Because, then you're going to have to just watch and see how we look at charts. Okay, new to this platform. Okay, so you're not new to trading. Then the first thing I would do. So are you a new Trade Ideas subscriber? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. I don't know if you've seen this, but this is the first thing that I would do. I don't know if you've seen the 20 short lessons. What is a top list, building one, what's an alert window, etc. All the basic features of Trade Ideas, okay? So that's number one. That's the first thing. If you've already done that, okay. But if you haven't done that's what I would do. Okay? Well, next, you can go to the channel bar. I think I can do it. Now I'm sharing my layout, but I share a lot of different scans that you might want to take a look at. Second. So for instance, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on my homepage link, right here. So you might see something, if you're interested, like I use these, gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market, pre-market actives up and down. These four I use in the pre-market, okay, to do my pre-market work, kind of identify stocks that, I don't trade the pre-market that much. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't. But, I then assemble a list of stocks that may, once the market opens, still be active. Okay, so there's that. This one is a it's why it's called basic new highs and lows. Just gives you some really basic new highs and lows. It's right here. With filters. Okay, I don't want to see every single stock that makes a new high and a new low, but this is what I've got here. This is the price range I'm using, 1 in 20. The relative volume filter, a pretty powerful filter that we've got. So it's trading at least 4 times as normal up to this point of the day. Here's my minimum volume, 400,000 shares. Has to be up or down at least 4%. And this one has to have made at least 60 new highs or 60 new lows. So here are the filters that, because I don't want to see every single stock that makes a new high or new low. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or new low, I see it real time. Okay? So, when you ask what should you be looking at, it's hard for me to know because I'm a momentum trader. That's why I like to see things that are making new highs or new lows. Doesn't mean I take the trade immediately, but because now I want to, now, as always, I know I must bore people who have been in the room forever, but then that's when I start looking left on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart. Because the stock has now maybe made a new high for the day, so I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So now that's why I'm looking at these longer term time frames and thinking, okay, great, where could you keep going to? Okay, and that's why I have these time frames on, even though I'm more of an intraday trader. Is it? Okay, good. Now I'm also sharing my layout. So you can take a look at my layout. You'll see, basically, you'll see what you see on the screen is what I'm sharing, except for these two windows. But if you, I don't know if you have a layout already up and running, make sure that you save that layout to the cloud. If you have a layout already that you've created, make sure you save it to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, guys, let me see if I have any other questions. No, I didn't, Kaiser. I'm sorry. I see the thing about Russell Okung. Yeah, okay. I'll look at it. Now, guys, I should, it was an interesting question actually, but I asked to me from the YouTube feed, YouTube room. And, what alert are you using to ensure you catch MTNB before it breaks past that resistance? I probably don't talk enough about our price alerts, okay, our price alerts. Not to be confused. I know people get it confused when they look at our, what we have to offer and they see 500 price alerts, a maximum. Okay, we're not talking, these are not price alerts. These are just, normal alerts. And in theory, you can have an infinite number. Okay, these are not price alerts. These are price alerts. I go to the chart and I right click, create price alert. So if I like it, well, let me do it again. If I wanted to place a price alert right at the top here, I just move my mouse, make sure the dotted line is right there, right click, create price alert. And if I like that price, I just say save, and that's it. So you'll see there's a blue line right up here. If this stock, GCI, hits 387, that blue line will turn green. But let me show you how this works. Let me see if I can find one that's going to move quickly. Because this is what I do. This is what I do. This is my price alerts window, and I minimize it. What happens when I get a price alert, this pops up on the screen automatically. So I cannot miss it. I also put a sound alert on it. Okay, I put a sound alert. Just follow these instructions. I put a sound alert on it. I sort on the triggered column, so I'm always going to see the last alert right at the top. And it'll also turn sort of a yellow and fade. So it pops on my screen. I'll hear it. So if I've wandered away and I've got my headset on, I'll hear it. So you really can't miss a price alert. Okay, so let me see or show you how that could work. Let me just put a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert here. And I'm going to put a price alert here. So I bracketed it. Okay, hopefully it'll move a penny. You're going to see how that works. There you go. See how that worked? I put a price alert at 321. It hit 321 and it popped up on my screen. So you can't miss it. Okay? So This is what I was talking about, though. Somebody asked about, well, how do you catch MTNB before it goes through that resistance area that I'm interested in? Okay. And there it goes again, on the way down. See how that works? So just minimize it. You don't have to watch it all day. Just minimize it, and then you'll never miss it. We just and to activate is from the toolbar. Click on New, and then Price Alerts window. And you can have up to 500 price alerts. You should never have 500 price alerts. You should always go through them to see if they're still worthwhile saving. But let me just show you something. Oh, wait a minute, just lost my music. Here we go. So again, somebody asked me about the MTNB. So, I'm kind of waiting to see if it broke through 125. So I could put a price alert ahead of time. And so if I get a price alert and it hits just before that resistance area, then I can watch to see how it's trading. All right, so you can do that using our price alerts very, very simply. If you're interested in an area for a stock to get to, and if it got through that area, you'd like to see it, well, you can put the price alert a little ahead of time and watch to see how it's trading around where you'd like to get in. Well, those are just JT. Okay, so we do I post a bunch of stocks that have been moving in the pre-market. Whether they keep moving or not, that remains to be seen. Some of them keep moving, and then they're good to watch. Some of them just fizzle out. So there's no hard and fast rule. I mean, like the triple U was a real. I mean, we talked about this, and I opened the room at 9 o'clock. Okay, half an hour before the market opened. So that's when we start talking about these things. And we saw this up here. We also saw the float, and most of us were probably thinking, this looks like a catastrophe, just like ACY yesterday. All right, so that's why I think most of us were very doubtful that triple U would persist, and that's exactly what happened. But you never know. I mean, it could have taken off. But it got halted, and look what happened. It got halted up here at 12, opened down here at 7, and has been fading ever since. So, I mean, that's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, these are stocks that could, keep moving once the market opens, but there's no guarantee. Good afternoon, Stonky. Cool nickname, I guess. Bingo's actually looking pretty interesting. I mean, look at the high looking left here, 139. There it is. I mean, yeah. I mean, this had a tremendous day. I mean, yesterday this was a 56-cent stock. This had a tremendous day yesterday, but now also today. Look at the volume. I mean, for it to trade the float, 153 million in the float, that's very, very rare that a stock with 153 million in the float will trade the float. And that's what it's done. It's traded 181 million shares, so it is, that's what I'm talking about. There's the float, so it's traded 181. So it's traded the float 1.2 times or so, 20% over. I mean, that's very, very... So it'll be really interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I don't know if there was any specific news. I still can't see any news on it. So it's just kind of trading. Somebody's got a hold of this from yesterday. But, if you look left, I mean, there's the next high looking left is 150. After that, I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is way the heck up here. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but, you start taking out all these little resistance areas, and that's, I'm not the only one who has a chart like this, and that's what that's what people see. Yeah, the only one I took today was GCI. I talked about it. You know, I said I'd like to short this one, and I ended up shorting this one. Normally I post, you know, because I am talking a lot, answering questions about the program, answering press questions about different stocks. You know, sometimes I just haven't been trading that much, and it's okay. I mean, that doesn't mean clam up, not you, but anybody else. But you know, had you been in the room, you know I was talking about shorting this one. And I basically did it. I took this short. Why? Because, you know, it looked like to me it was capitulating. It was getting way ahead of itself. There were some other reasons, but that turned out to be just a really nice short. Yeah, but it's you know, obviously it's a little bit difficult for me to trade a lot, because to trade a lot, you have to concentrate on everything you're in. And so it's a little bit difficult for me to do that, but again, it's just the nature of what I do, which is okay. I never was a big trader in terms, even if I'm moderating or trading room. It's not like I would be taking 10 or 20 trades a day. Never. You know, I probably only take 4 or 5 trades a day anyway. But I could concentrate on those 4 and 5. It's a little more difficult here. Consequently, I've swung trade a little bit more than I'm used to. Okay, I'm probably breaking every marketing, but I'm going to do it anyway. For those of you who are interested, oh, you're never interrupting. Okay, so there is a promo code, guys, right there, 25% off. Old Lang Syne, 25%. Okay, make sure you include that percent. And this is what it will look like. You click on my homepage link. And you click on Get Trade Ideas. And to show you how you can apply the code. So let's just look at the premium annual purchase. Old, that's what I'm saying, they made it pretty convoluted. Old Lang Syne, 25%. And there you go. Okay, so there's your promo code. Probably good until, let's see now. There's the first. Maybe, you know, it may go through the weekend, but I don't know. I would say, I mean, there's a possibility that it'll disappear Friday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and that'll be the last big promo code for a long time. So if you're thinking about taking out a trade ideas, you can also do this. You don't have to, of course, take out an annual. You can always just try us out on the standard monthly. You know, do the same thing, the purchase, type the code in here. And that code, the promo for the monthly is only good for the first month. You only get the discount for the first month. But you can always try us out with that 25%. I think it'll cost $88 for the month. And if you do like us, you can always upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual. If you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code, okay? So, you know, I mean, if you don't know the program, don't take on an annual subscription. You know, you can start off with a standard monthly and get comfortable. If you're not comfortable, no problem. You just don't renew the following month. I'm going to just pop that in here too. Okay. Oh, in that particular case, I couldn't answer that. I have no idea. I know. I mean, I follow. I've been following them. They're coming. They're trying to come back, but no, I can't really. I mean, the only thing I can say is that American Airlines was already in trouble before the pandemic. All right, so that might be it. I don't know. It didn't have as far to fall. There we go. RB saying it had already whooped. You know what I mean? So that would be my interpretation, perhaps. No, I don't do one-on-one. We do have, before I would subscribe to a one-on-one because it does cost. I would look at the 20 short lessons. I would spend some time looking at our educational videos, etc. But I don't do any one-on-ones. When I close for the day, I mean, I still have work to do. I've got to do my scanning and stuff like that. So no, there's no. I'm fried. Look at IMMR, guys. After that pullback, boom. So I do typically shut the room down at 3 o'clock. I always stay later if there are some questions, but. Oh, I put that wrong. Just a second. Okay. Just one moment. Give me a moment. I'll post it in here. Okay. And again, when you click on my homepage, you're going to see another promo code there. Obviously, don't use that one. When you click on my homepage, you'll see, that's only for 15. So obviously, don't use that one. Use the Old Lang Syne, 25%. And don't forget the percent. I can't tell you how many people say it doesn't work and they don't put the percent in. To be on the safe side, CW, I mean, I don't know for sure, but to be on the safe side, January 1, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, January 1, to be on the safe side. It may be extended, but just to be on the safe side. And after that, there's going to be few and far between promos. So now you can always get 15% off. I mean, it's not like, it goes from 25 to 0. And if you're going to take out a standard monthly, yeah, I mean, the difference is really what? $11, $10, so it's not that big a deal. The support email is, okay, do you want to start a live discussion? Oh, Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Okay, yes. She's in accounting, so, well, more than that. She's support accounting and all that, so She can certainly look after you, okay? If you, I'm going to private message you, okay? Hopefully you can see it. If you give, I don't want you to put your email in here, okay? So if you give me your email, can you see the private chat that might have popped up? And then I will alert her to it, okay? Because I mean, they get overwhelmed, and sometimes the emails get. But if I alert her, do you see the private? Do you see the private chat that popped up for you? Okay, so if you just give me your email in here, okay, and then I can copy and paste it, and I'll give it to her. All right, all right. Yeah, I got it. Let me just. So you signed up yesterday? Is that it? And you just couldn't get the code to work, or you signed up this morning, right? Is that what it was? You signed up this morning, or tried to use the promo code and it wouldn't work? That was somebody else, maybe. But anyway, I will. Okay, just a moment, please. You are the one. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, the error is because it was not existent anymore. But we're not gonna, for one day, we're not gonna, because the next one started tomorrow. So there's only been one day that I haven't had a promo. So yeah, we'll absolutely look after you. Don't. In fact, she just emailed me. So just one moment, please. All right. Let me answer some of these questions. I'm having a problem closing down something, guys. So just give me a moment here. And I'll answer your questions, the Mac question and the Zooming question. Okay, so just hold on. It's frustrating. I'm trying to do something. I can't seem to figure out how to get out of this. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, so Dr. J, you were first. So to zoom in on the charts, left click on the chart you want to zoom in on. So Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you're on. So left click, hold the control key down on your keyboard, okay? And then use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Often asked question, it is not intuitive. So I'm sure there are others in the room that did not know to do that. So basically keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and zoom, and just with the scroll wheel zoom in and out. Okay. Most of the new menu items are grayed out. Let me load the. Now, okay, you saw my channel. All that my channel is just this. It is just trying to concentrate you on looking at my watch list. Okay, my layout has everything, but my channel only has this. So when you say navigate, I mean it's just this is a watch list. I create it every night, so it'll be a different watch list every day. And sometimes today, nothing really happened from the watch list today. I mean, we had alerts, but nothing really was good. Again, when we get an alert, it doesn't mean you take the trade. I mean, if you have to look at it, see what's happening, what's the market doing. Other things you have to take into account different things. So today, really the watch list was nothing. Tomorrow, hopefully, it'll be better. I mean, the watch list is the watch list. I can't control what the market's going to do. Now, as far as let me just load the web-based version and see what you might be seeing. All right. So when you say new, is all grayed out here? Okay. Do you have a green ball that shows that you are live? And this is all grayed out. So when you click this, you don't get this. Did you just sign up today? Was it working a few days ago? Yeah, you can. I'm talking to CW here, JT. So, yeah, you might try refreshing. But was it working when you first got it? Oh, you don't think so? Okay, so if it wasn't okay, here's what might have happened. I don't know for sure. The fact that you've got a green ball usually means okay, you've got a live connection. But it is possible that you did not complete the exchange agreements. I really wish that wouldn't happen, when you don't complete the exchange agreements, that this would still be a red ball. This would look red. So you'd probably, go, wow, there's something wrong here. So I think this is what you can do. And I'm not 100% sure, okay? But this is what I would do, is I would go to our homepage. Okay, go to our homepage, click on the link. So when you click on the link, just wait for this little Q&A thing to pop up. Wait for the... Well, come on. Well, that's interesting. Let me do it again. Now maybe we're having some issues here, because you should see a little pop-up that says start a Q&A discussion. Let me just try it again. We might be having an issue with our website, okay? So, because what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be something that says start a discussion. I can give you our email address, all right? Let me just find out if there is something wrong. So I just want to, oh, there we go. It just popped up. Maybe it took too long. Okay, so this is what I was saying, all right? It finally popped up. Usually it's pretty quick. So the questions and answers, and this is for UCWs. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if that's the problem, but again, if you click on the home page, just wait for this to pop up. Okay, the questions and answers, and then just say, hey, listen, I subscribe to premium. I'm on the web-based version. The chat, like in when I click on new. Well, wait a minute. I got to get to the web-based version, which I never use. But wait, where are you? There you are. So when I click on new, everything is grayed out. It could mean then what they'll do is they'll look at your account. So make sure that when you do all this, give them the email that you use to sign up so they can check your account. Then they can really check to see if you completed your exchange agreements. If you have, then it'll be something else, and hopefully they can help you. Okay? Okay? All right. Are there any other questions? I'm just looking to see. We're at 3 o'clock now. Are there any other questions? Again, I'll always hang around if there are questions. Okay, I don't see any. All right, everybody. Well, again, thanks a lot for all the help. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.